2 hours before the battle with the final boss of the closed BIA, the hero complains bored that he's on his 177th attempt to escape the game. Sinros the Destroyer is the final boss of this world, being the source of all evil and corruption. This fantasy world has a source code that has been hacked by the god, Young 6 times. The protagonist enters the game as the chosen hero, and his role is to kill the final boss and save the world. But apparently he doesn't like clothes. The chosen one of this world accepts the S rank mission, while complaining that it is boring. The battle begins with the MC looking at his enemy, not intimidated by his presence. Tentacles fly toward the hero who dodges them all with ease. After that, the tentacles strike the ground, while the chosen one takes the opportunity to climb them. The boss, who is focused on his tentacles, is startled by the sudden presence of his opponent. The MC sarcastically says that he's coming, while activating his ice ring, the ability called Dark Dusk attaches to the boss's face, causing massive damage to his large eye. Next, the chosen one makes a great leap and says he will show something big, while beginning to construct an ice hammer. When he completed the construction, he struck the beast with great force. The attack was so powerful that it pushed the monster with full force against the ground. The MC, focused on his goal, remarks that one hit was not enough, then delivers more blows with all his strength. The monster, almost defeated, begs his opponent to stop and inquisitively asks who he is. It responds that he is just an ordinary person who has defeated him 176 times. While filling the screen after achieving his best speedrun, we see the little monster wondering how many times he has been defeated, while saying that he has been reborn 6 times and has never seen him before. He explains that the problem is not the monster's memory, but that the game is cycled 177 times, and with each cycle in which the monster is reborn forgets everything. The protagonist says it has happened again, which makes the little boss irritated by his opponent's confidence. Even though he is tiny, he is not intimidated and threatens, saying that he is the owner of the world, and that all humans will be his food. He is startled when the man in front of him takes something out of his bag. It was an abyssal leaf capable of healing dark creatures. Monster then wonders how he has won. Without asking, the hero places the leaf in a suspicious place that was not the mouth. Its effect fully heals the creature, restoring it to its maximum potential. After being healed, he asks why the man is doing this, to which he responds that no thanks are necessary. This statement irritates the boss once again, who curses his opponent and asks how he dares to disrespect him. Out of patience, the protagonist delivers a punch that knocks the enemy down again and says that he knows him very well. Without strength, the creature asks what his role in all this is. The chosen one responds with an excited face that he will use his power to deal with Oranchilu. She is a Valkyrie, which makes the boss wonder why the MC has to deal with the Shield of Light. Then, the protagonist says that he has traveled everywhere in this world, has been to the heavens in various ways, and is tired of it. With a passionate look, he says that the girl can become one with the sword of Naxir, and at that moment will explode in divine power. Hearing all this, the boss starts laughing, while saying that Sia seems like the child of the abyss, who betrayed everyone for a boring reason. After finishing his sentence, he takes another punch for being weird with the chosen one, in a slime manner. He says that he has reached the maximum level this time, and has kept his beloved in her sacred form. Then he starts laughing excitedly because if he achieves his goals, he will see her in her most beautiful form. From aside, the boss watches the hero laughing hysterically, while affirming that he really loves girls. These soldiers led by this woman are called the Army of Light and are preparing to enter the battle. On a throne surrounded by girls, the MC was waiting for them to arrive, while complaining that the plot is too slow. Observing the army from a distance in a relaxed manner, he begins to prepare for the fight. Activating his forbidden technique, Ice Mountain, the MC easily freezes the enemy soldiers. A large ice structure forms with the frozen bodies of the opponents. Flying to inspect the icy mountain, the little monster is impressed with the extraordinary ability of his ally. Even the leader of the Army of Light was frozen, and at that moment, the creature wonders what the next step is. The ice then begins to melt and crack, with the girl inside as she cries out for Shaya. Once completely melted, the woman uses all her strength to shatter the ice around her. With an enraged and focused gaze, she screams that our hero is a traitor. Remaining relaxed, the chosen one, ironically, remarks that his ice was not enough to freeze her. With swift and fearless steps, she charges toward the MC, while shouting that he is an unforgivable traitor. Watching the whole scene calmly and relaxed, Sia continues sitting on his throne without any fear. Oren Shalu then delivers a powerful sword strike at Sinros. In a quick reaction, he activates a magic that originates from his enormous red eye. A massive beam of light strikes the leader from behind, illuminating the battlefield for a few seconds. The impact of the beam is strong enough to break part of her armor and damage her shoulder without letting the pain get to her. The girl jumps from where she was to a lower ground, enduring the intense pain in her shoulder. She stares fixedly at her enemy, without any mercy. He fires a barrage of dark lightning in her direction, which explodes upon impact with the ground. Still seated on the throne, the hero watches the battle from afar, while saying that his partner is almost there, even after the rain of dark lightning. Amidst all the smoke caused by the explosions, the girl remains standing. However, as the smoke clears, we see that she is barely holding on, questioning the reason for the betrayal. Gathering all her strength while supporting herself with her sword, the girl yells at the traitor and asks why he betrayed the humans. Receiving no answer, she demands one harshly while screaming. Maintaining his relaxed pose while scratching his ear, the protagonist says that the reason for his betrayal is that he got bored. Unable to believe this answer, Oren, filled with rage, asks again while locking on Sinra's tentacle. The MC asks her what the reason is for all this bitterness and hatred. With a malevolent expression, he states that she is merely a small piece in his cycle of adventure. Crying and trembling while holding her sword, the girl insults the hero, standing beside the creature. The MC says they can begin, only to be rebuked by him for being too impatient. Then the creature transforms into a gigantic being and says that he feels pity for destroying desperate creatures. Like her, he continues saying that as long as they cling to the past, they will never be able to accept the future. Defensively, Oren raises her sword, while the monster declares that this time, he will give her the same death, and that everything comes from the depths of the abyss. With the last bit of strength she has left, the girl vows to make him pay for this. Suddenly, from her sword, an incredibly bright light bursts forth, as powerful as the sun. The light is strong enough to illuminate the entire battlefield. Burned by the intensity of the sword's power, the monster screams in agony from the immense damage it is taking. From the sword, Oren reaches her divine form, becoming one with the sword of Naxir. Watching from afar, Zia is completely mesmerized by the beauty of his beloved. The girl looks at him sweetly and calmly after her transformation. Then the chosen one extends his hand toward her, and suddenly the closed beta begins to restart once more. The closed beta is starting again, and in the background, we see a simple wooden village surrounded by lush green trees. In the next scene, we see a small bird chirping while a person sleeps. Inside Amada's house, it is Sia Yi who wakes up once again, still in his state of boredom. The first thing he does is open his game menu. There we see that his character has been reborn at level 1 once more, with all his stats lowered. After that, he opens his inventory and sees that he only has 50 copper coins. Opening the Achievements tab, we see various endings, with the most recent one being the pure Valkyrie ending, and the MC is impressed that she defeated Sinros with a single strike. Watching that ending, he comments that he did not expect to be betrayed by a close friend, and to witness the defeat of his allies. In the next scene of the ending, it is revealed that the girl's fusion with the sword was her true ending. Disappointed, the MC wonders who the lazy writer behind this plot was, and thinks it is not as good as the dark ending. Putting on his clothes, the MC prepares to repeat his journey once more. Opening the door of his house, he declares at this time, he will search for a new plot in the starting village, which is very sunny. He observes the NPCs walking around, and says that everything begins here. walking along the dirt roads. It is noticeable that the NPCs follow the same routine every time. Suddenly a ball is thrown in the protagonist's direction, having repeated this beginning countless times. He catches the ball effortlessly, throwing the ball back with force. The MC complains that the NPCs never have a new trick. The ball bounces off tree trunks, ricocheting until it lands hard on a man's head, knocking him down in the next scene. A cat with a wound on its head is rescued and the package is collected. On top of all that, the MC apparently took the items from the man he knocked down, with a ball walking toward the center of the town. He says that now that he knows everything, it will be easy to improve his speedrun. With many items in his arms, CIA declares that he is here to finish the daily quest. With the village chief, we see an old man with a mustache, irritated because he hasn't even put up the quest board yet. The chosen one explains that certain people had problems to be solved, and hands over the quest paper with a surprised expression. The village chief reads the quest paper given to him. Having nothing to say, he tears it up and declares that the hero has proven his skills, and now everyone in the village is his friend. Looking at the quest menu, the MC sees that he has completed all the quests at once, while examining the items he earned. Trying to be realistic, the game never gives clear objectives, but after 177 cycles, the MC has memorized all the possibilities with 50 reputation credits. The hero remembers that he can get closer to his beloved and smiles, walking in a relaxed manner. He thinks to himself that the only thing that doesn't bore him is pursuing all the girls in the game. A strong wind blows, lifting a girl's scarf into the air. Having memorized all the possibilities, the MC easily catches the scarf. With a friendly smile and a good morning, he returns the scarf to the girl standing before him. Her name is Madame Sinya, and she's one of the strongest warriors in the village, and forming an alliance with her grants many benefits. Thinking to himself, the MC wants to build his friendship with her once again. Curious, the hero mentions that her husband was not home last night, and surprised she asks how he knew. Confident in himself, he thinks that after repeating the story 177 times, he already knows all the possibilities. But he's caught off guard when a woman asks if he has heard about the new traveling hero. Shocked by this revelation, the protagonist wonders if this is a new plot. In the background, we see a person arriving, saying that the priest asked him to deliver flowers to his wife. Then we see a group of 3 people who appear to be new players. Surprised, the MC begins to wonder how it is possible for there to be online players in this game. For a moment, his attention disorder kicks in, and he thinks about eating peaches. He then interrupts himself with his own consciousness, which says that this is not the point, while kicking his other self. Arguing with himself, he states that after 177 cycles, this game finally has another active player. Excited by the news, he realizes that if anyone can log in, and now he might be able to log out of this repetitive game, receiving a counter-argument and a punch to the face. He tells himself that this might not be a good thing. With that, part of him wants to talk to the players while the other part does not. Suddenly, Madame Sonia calls his name, bringing the hero back to reality. Apologizing for his reaction, he says that he was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and asks if she needs any help. She then responds by asking if he could bring her a sword. Having only 5 strength points makes lifting the sword a difficult task. From a distance, the MC watches as players try to turn in a quest. Newbie players are arrogant, and Rule 101 states that NPCs are not mere programs. They can be betrayed, love, hate, and even go to heaven. After an NPC dies, their quest is transferred to another NPC. A player delivers flowers to Miss Senia and says that her husband sent them. Observing the woman's reaction, they say that her husband regrets not being able to visit her. Another player looks at her intently while saying that he can help her. Again, intrusively, the white-haired man touches the flowers near Senior's intimate area. Irritated by this, the MC grabs the sword and moves toward them. With intense focus, he drives the sword along the ground. As he advances, swinging the sword forcefully in the direction of the newcomers, the MC considers NPCs his friends. He cannot let their actions go unpunished, even if he might be able to log out. Eventually, the sword strikes the ground between the players, causing a great impact amidst the smoke. The newcomers try to understand what is happening. Then suddenly, the Chosen One charges toward one of the players. Angered by the situation, one of the newcomers attempts to punch him. Before he can react, he takes a blow to the face. The strike is so powerful that it sends him flying. His body falls backward, and one of his friends catches him in midair. A third player points and asks, "Who is doing this cowardly?" The white-haired player flees with his friends. As they run, the players wonder if the MC is an NPC. Gently, Miss Senia thanks the protagonist for his help. She says she didn't ask for his help because he is still too weak while receiving the sword. Embarrassed, the MC says he has no problem helping. Then he explains that there would be consequences for the village if she fought against them. Willing to assist Kishia, she says it's better if he handles it for her. Miss Senior offers protection in case the players cause trouble again. Curious, the blonde player asks if she remembers the town that was destroyed by monsters. He adds that a child was saved after she defeated the monsters in that town. Looking deep into Miss Senior's eyes, the blonde player claims that the child is him. It's a blatant lie. He doesn't even know if the child is alive or not. The protagonist then reveals Cecilia's secrets. This secret is known only by her and her husband ANK. By taking on the identity of the child, the MC immediately becomes her favorite. Through this secret, he gains her trust and the best skill in the village. Shocked by the revelation, a woman asks if he is sure. She is quickly answered with yes. "I can survive," still doubtful. She asks if he heard that from her drunk husband. The protagonist shares information that only she would know. Confirming his identity, the woman then starts crying, believing what she was told. Her hands tremble and she drops the sword. Upon receiving this information, crying heavily, she asks if it's really him. Then she apologizes for leaving him behind, saying that she helped him survive. The MC states that no apology is needed. Overjoyed, Miss Senya embraces the boy tightly. While in the embrace, the MC thinks that the next step is to make her follow him. With a clever move, the MC claims that ANK is cheating on Miss Senya. The woman is left speechless, dropping the blonde player to the ground. Taking a few steps back, she asks why. She asks why he is slandering her husband. In response, the MC says that it is not slander. Walking in the opposite direction, he says he will gather evidence of the betrayal. Hiding from something, the MC wonders what is happening. Opening the menu, he repeats to himself that players have entered this game, and even with players in the game, he still cannot log out disturb. He believes that just like Kirito, he is trapped in this game. Then calming himself down, the MC affirms that if this is a bug, it will be fixed before leaving out. He needs information from the other players' worry. The MC thinks that the players will interfere with the progression of quests, deciding to complete the quests before the other players disrupt them. Heading towards Sonia's bar with determination, believing it will be closed. Sonia's bar is a famous tavern in the small village, and its owner is wild as he runs. The MC is interrupted by a figure holding a pizza roller. Striking funny poses, the three players threaten the Chosen One, powerfully surrounding the Chosen One. The player remarks that he was only ever threatened like this in the real world, ironically. The Chosen One says that Messenia has already defeated many people, with a rolling pin surprised. One of the players asks how he knows that information, confident in his knowledge. The MC gives them some beginner tips about the game, stating that he saved them because they were making Miss Senia angry, and the consequences would have been bad. Not understanding, one of the players asks how that is possible since she is an NPC. It is explained to him that normal NPCs wouldn't trick them by selling pizza rollers. The three players are utterly shocked by this information. Then the white-haired player throws the pizza roller away. Kong Tio is the name of the newcomer. He claims it was just a misunderstanding. Introducing his friends, he tries to ease the situation. Then the hero receives a message in his game menu. The message is a friend request from Kong, who wants to befriend him. Thinking about accepting the request, the hero stares at the interface. Suddenly, he falls to his knees on the ground. Overjoyed, he concludes that he is a player because he received a friend request from another player. Affirming to himself that this game has only officially begun, now accepting the friend request. He wonders why he has never seen this interface before, and asks which high-level area he plays in. The hero responds that he is just a normal player. Looking at each other, the three newcomers are somewhat skeptical about whether the information is true. An item transaction interface suddenly opens in front of the hero. Confused by this, the hero asks the others what its purpose is. He is quickly told that it is better if he holds onto their money. Happy, he thinks to himself that the early stages would have been easier if he had more money. Four of them then celebrate the trade they made, gathered together in planning. Sia explains that they can earn a sword skill from Miss Sina. A beautiful image of Miss Sina appears in the hero's mind. Excited by the information, the three players say that the hero is a nice guy. Crossing his arms, he tells them to watch and learn. As he watches them leave, the MC thinks that they don't seem to realize that he is different. Looking at the friendship menu with the chosen, one notices that there are social system settings. So far, the social system settings consist of only two simple options: controlling his animation. And with enough money, the MC picks up a stone from the ground. With a stone, he heads somewhere while saying it's time to take a shortcut, throwing the stone with all his strength. He thinks that it's time to progress quickly. The stone hits a window with great force, making a lot of noise, then lands hard on a bar table before quickly dropping to the floor. A figure with red eyes in the shadows asks, "Who did the figure?" Steps out of the shadows with an extremely irritated expression. Clenching her teeth, this is Sonia, the bar owner, who very angry yells, demanding to know who broke her window. The large, muscular, wild warrior roars with fury, demanding to know who broke her window. Looking for the culprit, she grabs her club and sets out to hunt them down. Very cleverly, the chosen one offers to hire her as his personal soldier. Looking down in anger with a furious gaze, she asks if he was the one who did it. Without waiting for an answer, she attempts to land a powerful blow with her hands, but the hero dodges it easily. Fortunately, her initial attacks are simple and easy to evade when she is angry. As the warrior prepares another attack, it is explained that she was exiled a long time ago, and then open this bar, her attack on the ground is ineffective. The hero easily dodges, explaining that due to her behavior, she is feared in the village. Her club is thrown at the hero, and it is explained that she is an important part of his plan. Barely dodging in time, the club strikes a tree, causing a massive explosion. If not for his vast experience, he would have been defeated, as he is level 1 and has very few agility points. Frustrated by missing her attacks, the wild warrior charges forward, throwing punches to prevent the fight from driving on too long. Hero throws a coin at his opponent. Harmlessly, the coin hits the warrior's forehead and flies off. She stops, curious about what just happened, while the coin rolls away. To compensate for the broken window, the hero repeats that he will hire her as a soldier for half an hour. Then a menu interface appears, counting down the remaining minutes of her working time. Following the hero, the giant woman asks what she will be hired for. Looking up, he responds that he will give her a chance, since she is not happy in the village. The two of them probably arrive in front of the village fort. In the background, several nobles can be seen conversing. These nobles are actually warriors, especially the captain of the guard, Madden, pointing excitedly at the guards. He asked the giant woman to attack them. It is explained that Madden's ancestors were woodcutters, and that he was the guard captain when the village was founded. He was present during the barbarian invasion of the village. Due to the location of the encampment, there were few guards stationed around the village. The barbarians began looting and taking all the villagers. Madden's home and entire family were devastated, which is why he became captain. Pointing at him, the hero explains that she should only hit him, not defeat him with heavy, long strides. The barbarian woman charges forward with delight. She rushes toward the captain. Preparing her attack, the captain is startled. While it is explained that Sonia and he have a history of conflicts, drawing his sword, he shouts, asking what the wild woman is doing, charging toward him without any fear. He rushes forward, saying that she is looking for defeat. Then he is suddenly met with a massive club right in front of his face. The blow launches him high into the air with immense force, making a loud noise, landing on a pile of hay. The battle is far from over. Retrieving her massive club, the giant woman mocks her opponent. She insults the soldiers, calling them drunks, as she heads toward the fallen captain. Cleaning his wounds, he responds that everyone loves alcohol. Then without thinking, he charges at the warrior once more, cursing her, however. He is stopped immediately by a massive hand grabbing his face. Still holding his face, the giant woman asks if he is getting angry. Then she begins unleashing a series of powerful attacks on the blonde soldier's chest. The guards start rushing desperately toward the battle. However, they are unable to contain the giant woman's rampage and are sent flying, please. The hero watches the entire fight from a distance while keeping track of the contract's minutes. With everyone defeated, the giant lifts the guard captain into the air, wanting to beat her opponent some more. Sonia asks if the contract hours can be extended, giving in to her request. The hero grants her an additional 40 minutes with a smile. Looking down, confused, she asks why only 40 minutes. Having no other option, she accepts the contract extension. It is then explained that the free contract limit is 40 minutes, asking where they are headed next. The wild woman follows the hero somewhere. The two set out for the ruined forest, which was once a good place, but is now destroyed by the forces of the abyss. A black serpent can be seen in a ritualistic area, surrounded by numerous skeletons. The dark shadow easily notices the presence of the two adventurers, and it becomes quite excited, believing it has new targets to hunt and play with. 35 minutes pass as the two adventurers continue deeper into the ruined forest. Observing a skeleton, the giant remarks that even dangerous monsters don't dare come here, and asks if the hero wants to go to heaven. At the center of the area, there is a hexagonal circle, and the hero explains that he has no intention of going to heaven, is why he hired the warrior to help him. Recalling the details, the giant states that she only has 10 minutes left on the contract and will leave him alone once the time is up. Trying to convince her, the hero says he will visit her shop more often and asks her not to be cruel. Raising his arm forward, he states that his blood is her blood and asks her to trust him. Watching his extended arm, the wild woman looks quite confused by his actions, her expression curious. Then she starts pulling out a bone that was stuck to her clothing, asking if he knows about the tribal contract ritual, calling the hero a cute little man. She takes out a hidden knife from within the bone. Barbarian contract rituals would normally only be performed when entering a monster area of level 60 to complete the contract properly. The wild woman bites her finger without feeling a pain. The contract is finally sealed, meaning that all damage the warrior takes will now be transferred to the hero, and her favoritism toward him is increased for 5 minutes. Adding to this, the hero says he will not risk her life. All she has to do is stand under that tree and wait for his signal. Trusting the contract, the giant agrees to the request, while pounding her chest as a gesture of confidence. As the hero steps into the hexagonal circle, it begins glowing blue while eerie phrases are chanted. Laughing excitedly about what is about to happen, the incantations continue. A bright light engulfs the area as blue symbols with Japanese inscriptions begin spinning above the hero. The circle then expands to an enormous size, attracting numerous crows in a chilling manner, while the eerie chanting continues. Shouting for Mila Lux, the hero declares that the life sacrifice requested has been brought. Then in front of the hero, a massive mass of black shadows infused with blue energy forms majestically without any fear of defeat. The hero cleverly stares into the eyes of the dark shadows. The shadows then reveal the form of a beautiful yet majestic woman, half snake, half human, the elite boss of the starting village, approaching with a questioning gaze. The forest, which asks how the chosen one knows the slave curse magic. Without receiving a quick answer, she becomes very irritated and screams, exposing her fangs and tongue as she angrily asks who he is. The hero responds while placing his hand on his chest, saying that he is merely a messenger. Laughing loudly, she sarcastically remarks that he is just one of Madden's men, and then notices someone hiding. The person hiding behind the trees was the wild woman. The hero then glances in that direction with a slight smile. The witch asks how he managed to bring someone so large into the forest, and it is explained that he made the wild woman eat mushrooms and drink wine, licking the wild woman's face. The forest, which praises the strong, energetic, and fragrant body of the person in front of her, Then turning back to the Chosen One, she says he deserves a gift from her. The gift, however, turns out to be making him a meal. The witch lunges forward, sending snakes for the Chosen One, giving him little time to react, knowing the perfect moment to give the signal. The Chosen One shouts loudly for the Wild Woman to act. A massive red explosion occurs, sending debris flying in all directions. The explosion was caused by the Wild Woman's powerful strike to the witch's head, effortlessly defeating her, trying to avoid the witch's red sludge. The hero finds the barbarian fighting style fascinating, observing the fallen serpent's body. The protagonist states that it usually takes 5 teams of the same level to defeat her this easily. However, a level 13 barbarian managed to defeat her with a single blow, without much effort. The protagonist then allows his personal warrior to collect all the loot from the fallen serpent. Upon opening the game interface, he notices that monsters defeated by NPCs no longer grant him XP. Closing the interface, deeply disappointed, the hero is forced to let the Wild Woman keep the items, since she has to escort him back to the village. Frustrated at not gaining any XP, hero almost ignores the Wild Woman as she talks about construction materials. As the two adventurers begin their journey back to the village, crows can be seen approaching the defeated witch's body. Back at the starting village, a large crowd gathers at the main gate. All the important people of the town are present, including the village chief, the guard captain, and Miss Sinya. Other players begin gossiping about what happened earlier, and whether it was done by a player or an NPC. The 3 newcomers start wondering if that was the hero, and if he knew that they had obtained the strength sword. And the white-haired man observes Miss Sinya together with Ankin. Notes that NPCs usually do not leave their starting locations, with his hand on the woman's face. The Reverend claims that he never told anyone about the child they left behind, and that he is taking care of Madden. Upon spotting the 2 adventurers approaching from the forest, the guard captain points and shouts for his soldiers, saying, "They are coming." The giant and the hero walk together, unaware of what awaits them upon entering the city. Enraged, the guard captain yells, "How dare you return to the city?" A reputation interface appears above the hero's head, indicating that he has lost many reputation points with the village citizens. Pointing at the 2 adventurers, a guard captain claims that since they wounded him, they could be corrupt traitors. Shouting to his soldiers, the captain orders them not to let the traitors escape. The other players finally realize that the hero is also a player and comment that they would never dare ask NPCs to defeat their enemies. With his hands behind his back and without much urgency, the village chief watches as the soldiers surround the 2 adventurers. Then he himself shouts angrily at the traitor, declaring that he is no longer welcome in the starting village. Pointing at the Wild Woman, the village chief says that she can continue living in the village, even though she was an accomplice. Overjoyed by the news, the Wild Woman grabs her club and heads toward her bar, leaving the guard captain fuming with rage. Approaching the hero, the village chief states that hiring Sonia to attack the guards was a serious crime, and that he once thought of him as an honorable citizen. But from now on, he will be exiled from the village. In the background, other players comment on the situation, with one asking if an NPC could even hire the Wild Woman. Surrounded by guards, the hero tries to assess the situation, clenching his fists and attempting to remain composed, despite their advances. Raising his hands in a calm and pacifying gesture, the hero asks if they will allow him to defend himself, still very irritated by the whole situation. The guard captain shouts, demanding that the hero stop talking nonsense and leave the village immediately. Seeing the Wild Woman in the distance, the hero raises his hands and asks to borrow the golden bell she had obtained earlier after defeating the witch. The bag, containing all the loot from the battle, is thrown toward the hero. With incredible speed, however, the guard captain's head was in the way, and the heavy item bag smashes into him. As the Chosen One picks up the item bag from the ground and thanks her, the captain becomes extremely furious, yelling at the Wild Woman, remaining calm and composed without showing any anxiety. And the Chosen One calmly opens the item bag while observing the commotion. Noticing that the traitor is retrieving a suspicious item, the guard captain turns around and shouts angrily, asking what he is doing pulling out a bell. The protagonist says that he just remembered something interesting and shakes it, making a mysterious sound echo. The bell continues to ring, its eerie sound awakening something unusual in the people around. Suddenly, Reverend Ankh receives a powerful punch to the face, his head snapping backward. The one who threw the punch was actually the captain, and the impact was so strong that it caused a small explosion in the area. As spectators, 3 other people stand completely shocked, their mouths agape as they witness the sudden fight. In complete disbelief, Madam looks down at the Reverend, who is now on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, badly injured, having lost a tooth in the fight. The Reverend points a finger at the captain and, irritated, declares that he will no longer take care of him. Hearing this, the captain begins to cry uncontrollably, mucus dripping from his nose. Getting up, the Reverend, still furious, says that his kindness has been repaid with violence. Then Miss Senia appears concerned about her husband, speaking softly to himself. The hero tells them to continue, then shakes the bell once more, activating the magic again. The magic surges through the captain, who suddenly charges toward the Reverend, catching his opponent off guard. With his speed now controlled by the magic, the blonde man begins unleashing a series of powerful attacks, causing explosions against the priest behind them. Miss Sena rushes forward, pleading for them to stop, extremely worried about the fight in the background. The hero continues to shake the magical golden bell, while Miss Senior screams with all her energy for them to cease the battle. The entire commotion catches the attention of the village chief, who appears once again, using his authority to order them to stop fighting, with a mischievous smile on his face. The chosen one then opens the bag and places the magical golden bell inside. Approaching the village chief, he bows slightly in reverence. Very cunningly, he then adds that the village chief knows exactly what this entire fight will mean, from now on, shocked by the traitor's wit. The village chief is left speechless, simply staring forward authoritatively. The village chief orders the Reverend to perform a purification on Madden. Following the orders, Ankh gets up, his face still swollen, and turns toward the captain, activating a purification spell. The magic begins to cleanse the captain, who, despite being affected, still glares with red eyes filled with rage. The curse starts, leaving the captain's body in the form of red energy, dispersing throughout the area. One of the soldiers observes this and declares that the captain had been cursed, while another thanks the chosen one for discovering it. The magic continues to purge from the man's body rapidly and violently, causing severe mental damage. Players are astonished, realizing that the hero had known about this plot beforehand, making him seem like a professional at the game. Everyone watches the captain's fallen body, while the hero reflects that, to achieve maximum reputation in the village, he would have needed 30 quests, and the village would have been completely destroyed. Continuing his thoughts, he states that taking shortcuts is an easy way to build reputation and eliminate cursed humans, to prevent calamity in the starting village. Looking at his menu, he notices that he has reached the maximum village reputation of 200, making him somewhat famous and granting him permission to leave. His next goal is to level up. Observing Miss Sienna casting a healing spell on the Reverend, he thinks that he has finally developed a good relationship with her. The hero contemplates that he first needs to get rid of Reverend Ankh, while watching his face being healed. Approaching in a calm and diplomatic manner, the village chief declares that for saving the village from disaster, he is restoring the hero's status as an honorable citizen. Additionally, he presents a gift to the wild woman, who happily accepts it, thanking him enthusiastically. Happy with the news, the wild woman turns to the hero and declares that they will be friends, giving him a light slap on the back, which deals a lot of damage. Asking a favor of his new friend, the hero requests that she tells Senya the truth, so that she will not be betrayed again. The wild woman thinks it's a good idea, and considers that the weak Anki was handsome, but being betrayed by the weak was a disgrace. That was the hero's plan all along. to make the wild woman reveal the Reverend's betrayal. While secrets are exposed and marriages crumble in the background, the hero asks the village chief for a reward, since he saved the village. Reluctantly, the village chief starts to be convinced by the Chosen One, using the argument that there are no more quests left in the village to complete. In the background, players start questioning whether he just completed his secret mission, while in other suspects, he is blackmailing the village chief. A slim woman wearing leather clothing with red ribbons and pink hair watches the crowd and the entire situation unfold from a distance. Very excited by everything that happened, she essentially murmurs to herself that this game is incredibly thrilling. Convinced to grant the hero a significant reward, the village chief reveals 4 special items to choose from, without much thought already knowing his goals. The Chosen One points at an item and says its name. Mission command the item is then handed over by the village chief, Exia, as he places it in his hands. The village chief tells him to keep it. As he walks away, the old man states that he hopes the hero succeeds in his mission, this time which shocks the protagonist greatly, leaving him stunned, closing his eyes. The village chief wishes good luck to the village's new hero. Before leaving, the hero stands completely speechless, frozen in place after hearing the village chief's words, ignoring everyone around him. He tries to approach the chief, asking if he remembers anything from past cycles. Watching the man slowly walk away, he wonders if this is a new plot. That line was scripted to be said only 1 week after his defeat. Meanwhile, the newcomers approach the MC. Reflecting on the matter, the protagonist starts noticing important detail, finally understanding something more. He shouts, loudly demanding that everyone be silent. Now, with a clear objective, he turns to the people around him and asks if they have weapons. It is also possible to see the pink-haired woman in the background. The players then pull various items from their inventory: pickaxes, shovels, and rolling pins, which greatly irritates the hero. Pulling out the mission command, the hero declares that he is starting a mission, and that anyone can register to participate. Initiating the mission, he clicks on Mission Command, revealing that more players can sign up. Opening the menu interface, the hero views the available missions to choose from. On the mission interface, 3 types of missions are displayed. He selects the Defeat Monsters in the Forest quest. Then, the hero launches the mission on the server, announcing that anyone who meets the requirements can join. With the team complete, a total of 6 different players have assembled for this forest clearing mission. Still, with the party interface active, the protagonist instructs everyone to meet at 3 p.m. the next day. Then he notices that the interface indicates an incoming message and asks if someone in the party is talking. Messages from Com, informing him that the village chief's name was mentioned in the earlier conversation. With Senior, the Chosen One thanks him for the update. Another party member sends a message asking for help, wondering if the hero knows Senia's favorite pose. Replying yes. The hero then sends a picture of her in a beautiful pose, seeing the stunning image of Miss Senia. The hero is so overjoyed that red liquid drips from his nose. Continuing the conversation, another party member asks what the chief does when he gets drunk. The hero quickly responds that he doesn't know, discussing the drunken mechanics and other new features. At some point, one of the players mentions the name Magic Workshop. This immediately catches the hero's attention. He wonders if that is the name of the game developer, and adds that based on the game mechanics, 1 real-world year equals 1,000 years in the game. Realizing this, he concludes that over time, all NPCs would eventually forget him. Thus, he activates the message notification system. Still reflecting on this, the hero thinks that NPCs have their memories erased with each cycle. He finally comes to a new realization. Perhaps their memories are not erased, are rather sealed. Extremely happy with the possibility that all the female NPCs might remember. A beautiful image of them appears in his mind. He believes that since he has played each cycle so intensely, if the NPCs regain their memories, they won't be able to handle all that information. One thing is certain for the hero. Sonia did not wake up with her past memories, as she did not attempt to defeat him, which proves his hypothesis. Hidden and moving silently, the Chosen One slowly opens the door and sees Miss Senior crying, while holding a baby in her arms. He then leans against the wall and decides to wait until she calms down, wondering how many times he has waited in this exact spot. Looking toward the city, the protagonist begins to reflect that perhaps forgetting the past is a relief for the NPCs. Closing his eyes, he starts recalling past cycles he has lived, specifically a fourth cycle. In this memory, Messenia is seen wearing battle armor, swinging a massive weapon and shouting for the Chosen One to run away. Then the guard captain, who is most likely cursed, is seen screaming that everyone will be defeated there. A red-eyed crow with a flaming beak flies toward the hero and launches a massive fireball before the fireball can hit the Chosen One. Miss Senia shouts his name and places herself in front of the impact, taking all the damage. With tears in his eyes at witnessing this sacrifice, the protagonist becomes desperate as he sees his ally fall before him. In the midst of the completely burned down city, he screams Siena's name at the top of his lungs. In the first scene, the protagonist is shown slashing something with a flaming sword. Then we see that he's fighting wild boars, gaining XP with his new armor and flame sword as he wipes his face. Miss Senia in her battle attire congratulates her ally, raising his hand in a pacifying gesture. The Chosen One suggests forming a team and returning the next day, because it's not good to defeat all the boars in a single day. This senior responds that she won't be coming the next day, because she will spend the whole day searching for her lost son. But she also expresses concern for the hero. The protagonist tells her that it's fine if she doesn't come, as he has two other people to form a team. The next day, the protagonist is seen teaming up with two other women, and their task is to clear the forest of monsters. The level 7 warrior is named Yellen, and she comments that if Senya were there, she wouldn't need to protect the hero. The level 6 cleric is named Terra, and she is terrified of the surrounding enemies, urging the group not to fight. Suddenly, massive wild boars begin to surround them and charge rapidly toward the team. From an aerial view, it is clear that they are completely surrounded by the ferocious wild boars, which advance with full brutality. Prepared for battle, the spear warrior quickly strikes the first boar in the face, making it roar with a precise slash. The swordsman cuts down the wild boar that the spear warrior had just attacked, annoyed that her hunt was stolen. The spear warrior yells at the hero, who responds casually, reminding her that she did the same thing earlier. Then two wild boars leap toward the cleric, who has no way to defend herself and only has time to scream. The spear warrior repeats her attack, striking the head of another boar on the swordsman, lands another precise blow on yet another boar. After finishing his attack midair, Zael lands on the ground, happy thinking that all the enemies have been defeated. However, the cleric raises her hand and screams to warn the hero that something is behind him. Suddenly, a wild boar that had been hiding charges at the hero's back, trying to react. The MC realizes that his sword is stuck between some rocks. He tries to pull it out, but fails. Protagonist is trapped when suddenly a fiery trail appears behind him, accompanied by a blazing fireball. The fireball strikes the massive boar, setting it ablaze while the swordsman leaps to avoid the explosion, landing safely on the ground. Relieved to have survived the unexpected attack, the hero turns to the cleric and thanks her. Some time passes and the team is seen resting. The hero sits on top of one of the defeated boars. Then Yalen suddenly senses a presence within the bushes and notices glowing red eyes staring at them. The presence reveals itself. It is the king of the boars, an enormous wild boar with red skin and purple fur, radiating an immensely powerful aura. The spear warrior decides to take the lead and charges at the boar, shouting for everyone to attack together. Preparing for an attack, she advances, pointing her spear at the king's head, who does not flinch. Then the Chosen One also advances to attack, delivering a powerful blow against the tusks of the king of wild boars. Very irritated by the blows he received, the boar lets out a mighty roar, strong enough to throw the hero backward. The roar was strong enough to launch the swordsman backward, causing him to crash against a tree, making broth splatter getting up. The protagonist supports himself on his sword while the giant boar, with its fury, continues to advance. Wiping his face, the protagonist wonders if this is a new plot, because the king was not supposed to appear now. Only in 2 weeks when suddenly he widens his eyes, realizing something very disturbing in his vision. The disturbing sight was seeing his 2 allies defeated on the ground. So he shouts their names, trying to regain control of the situation. Unstoppable, the giant boar gets even closer to the hero, preparing to strike, preparing to be defeated. The protagonist reflects that the boar must be level 13 or higher, impossible to defeat at his current level. Running to the village, trying to survive the attack of the king of boars. And as he approaches, he shouts the names of Sinya and the captain of the guard. With his remaining strength, he leans on his sword and then shouts for someone to come save his allies. When suddenly a strong earthquake happens, powerful enough to crack the ground, knocking the protagonist down. The earthquake was caused by the giant boar, delivering a powerful blow to the MC, launching him into the air and causing an explosion in the area. Without pause, the boar brutally charges at the hero, attempting to deliver a fatal bite. However, before he can complete his attack, someone calls out to the boar. Shouting at him, the Wild One appears to save the day, then delivers a blow against the boar with her club, sending it flying far away. Finding it amusing, the Wild One advances, turning her face to the protagonist and saying, she will handle everything. Then with a leap, Sonya prepares another powerful strike with her club, aimed at the face of the king of boars, delivering an attack strong enough to destroy her opponent, causing noise throughout the forest. It is then possible to see the defeated body of the king of boars, tongue out and tusks broken, licking the broth off her face. The Wild One gives an excited smile. She's finding this entire fight extremely fun. Looking at the body, she gets excited, because her defeated opponent will make excellent material for making wine. With her sharp bone knife in hand, the Wild One begins to extract the boar's broth. Still very weak, a protagonist leans on his sword and begs to go after his allies to save them. Coldly, the Wild One focused on her. Work responds that after encountering the king of boars, they were probably defeated forever. The protagonist believes they are still alive, but is interrupted when the Wild One hears a noise. Then a flock of red-eyed crows appears, making a lot of noise flying in the adventurer's direction. However, Sonya gets excited, because this fight will provide her with a lot of raw material for making beer and wine. Then the warrior picks up her club once more and leaps forward toward the crows, while the Chosen One pleads for her to come back, as he is too weak. Hundreds of crows appear and begin to surround the Chosen One and the defeated body of the boar, then start to take it away, surrounding the hero. Shouts to the Wild One that the crows are collecting the king's body. Worried about the information she received, the warrior looks back and shouts, asking why the fallen body of the king of boars starts being carried through the air, while the Wild One shouts, outraged at how they dare steal her material. Extremely irritated about losing her material, the Wild One delivers a strike in the air against the flock of crows. The blow she delivered releases a huge red energy blast that destroys some crows in the process. But it is not enough. The strike failed to defeat all the crows, who continued to flee with the king of boar's body. Very irritated, the Wild One shouts that she will defeat them all while pointing her club in the direction of the crows. Then she grabs the protagonist by the collar and orders him to follow her, while pulling him with all her strength, dragging the hero through the forest from the village. She says she has to get her board back. In the village, people start to notice that there is a new quest that Sonya has posted, gathered around the novice board. The citizens ask if all this effort is worth it. Another one states that the Wild One is stubborn and will do anything to get back what belongs to her. The mission objectives are to work with the Wild One to destroy the crows in the ruined forest. Miss Sinya asks if he really wants to go, considering he just survived an attack, adding that she won't be able to accompany him this time. The Chosen One replies that he has no choice and will have to go. He then says that the king of boars has some kind of contagious curse, and that the crows show the same pattern, determined to accept the mission. The village hero adds that he cannot let his allies have been defeated in vain. Then some time passes and the battle against the crows begins, with them being easily defeated. With his eyes full of tears, the Chosen One starts delivering strikes, Thinking about the allies he lost in the last battle. Striking mercilessly, he lands a blow on one of the crow's chest, not giving it any chance to react. That crow was the last of the flock that had collected the body of the king of boars. Looking in a certain direction, the protagonist speaks firmly, asking if they saw that then, near the battlefield, is possible to see the defeated bodies of Tara and Alan buried. And the Chosen One adds that he won in the end, still with tears in his eyes. The village hero questions what he has done since they were only NPCs, affirming to himself that he needs to return to reality, that these losses are his rage, his vengeance, and his remorse. Looking at the graves, he says that they were the ones who accompanied him during the first cycles. Then the Chosen One adds that if he remains stuck in this game, he won't be able to search for them. Suddenly, behind him, the Wild One appears, saying that this battle gave her lots of ingredients, and invites him for a drink, giving him a slap back in the village. The Wild One declares that from now on, she and the Chosen One will be friends. Inside the bar, she says that the hero used to be weak, and everyone is impressed, because now he is the strongest in the village. Raising a beer, she says that he was weak but persistent, which is why he became stronger. The two toads, happily and cheerfully for the victory they just achieved. The cook appears holding a fried chicken, and the Wild One asks him to bring the best cakes and wines. Many hours pass inside the bar, and the Chosen One is sitting with a girl beside him, who is asking to go somewhere suspicious. Suddenly, with a strong punch, Miss Sina appears excitedly shouting Sia's name. Concerned, she says that the hero cannot venture into the north. He responds that he likes adventure and is strong. Curiously, the MC had never reached this stage, with the village NPCs at this level, affirming that the next news will be the destruction of the village. Then, sitting here in the bar table, he begins to wonder if this is a hidden plot he accidentally discovered, when suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by a loud noise in the bar. The person who made that loud noise was Jim, breaking a glass bottle on the table, declaring that the forest monsters are coming. 3 other citizens begin to complain that the cook repeats this story about the forest being destroyed every day, and it is getting annoying. Then the bald man stands up and pushes the cook out of the bar, telling him to leave, irritated by the disturbance, paying close attention to the conversation. The Chosen One realizes that Jim just gave a next clue about what will happen in the plot, while the citizen and the cook start arguing. The Chosen One asks why all of them are going to be defeated, shocked by the question. The cook freezes for a few seconds upon hearing the words, with tears beginning to well up in his eyes. The cook falls to his knees, saying that all of this is his fault. Then everyone in the bar hears the cook confess that he had previously gone into the forest, trying to control his sobs. He begins explaining the reason why he went into the forest before. He then adds a memory from the past, saying that he was greedy. He reveals that the poisonous mist that suddenly appeared in the forest caused the guards to melt. Then he says that when he saw that happening, he got extremely scared and ran as fast as he could, leaving the soldiers behind. Suddenly the village chief appears and asks if someone inside the forest is controlling the curse. The poisonous mist, angry at what he just heard. The bald man grabs Jim by the collar and asks why he never said this before. The captain points to the fight and states that he must be crazy, while the Chosen One sees the quest interface open in front of him. The interface shows a secret quest with the objective of going deep into the ruined forest and uncovering the truth about the curse. After reading the quest, the village hero realizes that this mission is new and mandatory, requiring him to go to an area of the forest never visited before. The next day, the village chief gathers all the adventurers and soldiers to form an expedition, led by Madden, into the forest. Looking at the menu interface, the protagonist notices that the mandatory quest was sent to all citizens, accelerating the progress of the story. Closing the interface, he thinks that this quest shouldn't exist, since the village was supposed to be destroyed in the war with the monsters. After the first 2 runs, he left the village, but he knows he cannot neglect this important plot. A village soldier is surrounded by the poisonous mist, suffering severe damage across his body. Screaming in pain, the village guards begin to run away, but the cook approaches, surprising the captain, who asks what he is doing. The cook now knows how to deal with the poison this time, and no longer feels fear shouting at the mist that Papa Jim is here. He starts pouring wine over his own body as he runs, realizing that the wine is made from the broth of the king of boars. The protagonist wonders if defeating him too early triggered the secret quest, soaked in wine made from boars. Jim grabs a lighter and ignites his body, declaring that he will not run away. Engulfed in flames, he starts running toward the poisonous mist, screaming to his fallen brothers that he has returned. As he reaches the poisonous mist, which is completely filled with monsters, the flames explode, watching the event unfold. The hero realizes that inside the poisonous mist, there are countless corrupted monsters. While the village soldiers begin to flee in desperation, the Chosen One sees that Madden looks somewhat deranged by the situation. The explosion, caused by the fire coming into contact with the poisonous mist, causes the forest to ignite completely. A wildfire begins spreading throughout the forest, burning all the trees. The guard captain regains his senses and shouts for all the soldiers to run away from there. From above the forest, numerous red-eyed crows start arriving. The village adventurers and soldiers begin running back toward the city. As they near the village, everyone is exhausted, trying to catch their breath, while the hero looks back to see what is happening. The adventurers then observe the forest completely consumed by flames and realize that within it, there are countless corrupted monsters. Aware of the severity of the situation, Senior grabs Shay's arm, shouting at him not to stand still and to focus, urging him to run with her. Many monsters emerge from the burning trees, including a giant frog and a massive shadow with red eyes. The monsters begin attacking all the village adventurers and soldiers, defeating them one by one without giving them time to react. Desperate, the guard captain shouts to his soldiers and adventurers that the monsters are heading toward the village. The protagonist then reflects that this event of the monsters destroying the village was only supposed to happen in the future, with no time to rest or think. The monsters continue advancing mercilessly toward the village. A war begins against the monsters, and all the soldiers and adventurers start preparing for battle. Leading the resistance, the guard captain points his sword at the monsters and orders his soldiers to attack. Everyone follows his command, delivering various attacks, ranging from powerful magic spells to sword strikes. The battle is intense and complicated, and while fighting the background, the protagonist sees a village soldier being gravely injured, very worried about his friends. The protagonist shouts for Semia and the Wild One to watch their backs. Two are fighting the monsters when an adventurer is struck from behind by a mysterious soldier. The scene of the adventurer being struck comes into focus, revealing a blonde man emanating cursed blue energy. The protagonist is left speechless and frozen in place, unsure of how to react. As the defeated adventurer's body falls to the ground, it becomes clear that it is Madden, completely consumed by the energy. Naively, Reverend Ankh asks if he is cursed, to which the Wild One responds that even a blind person could see that. The guard captain looks at all the warriors with a malicious and excited expression and declares that they are all his offering. Madden advances, repeating that they will be his sacrifice. The protagonist observes the cursed blue energy, forming something in the sky, emanating immense power. The cursed blue energy finally takes shape and reveals Milo Lux, the witch of the forest. The two girls are shocked by the size of the giant serpent forming before them. Shouting in desperation, Reverend Ankh declares that the giant serpent is the source of the entire curse, and that defeating it will solve the problem. Forming a resistance, the Wild One and Warrior Senior join forces, determined not to let the monsters reach the village. Without hesitation, Reverend Ankh opens his magic book and casts a buff spell on the two warriors. The magic makes them faster and stronger, allowing them to charge at the monsters in the forest, preparing their attacks, still frozen in place. Upon seeing Madden corrupted, the protagonist realizes that the guard captain is a traitor, preparing for grueling duel ahead. The protagonist activates several spells. The first is Curse of Boiling Blood, which increases his attack by 15 for 20 minutes. Second is Ironized Armor, which boosts his defense by 15 for 20 minutes. Finally, he activates Enraged Soul, which increases his strength by 10. And his critical hit chance by 25% for 10 minutes. Preparing to unleash powerful attacks. The protagonist states that he has learned these skills over the past few weeks, with a swift dash that tears through the ground, leaving debris in the air. Shay rapidly closes in, shouting traitor at the blonde man. He sees the enemy watching everything in a relaxed manner, completely unbothered, raising his sword to defend himself. The traitor mockingly calls out the protagonist's name. The Chosen One's strike is powerful, leaving red cracks in its wake, shattering the sword and cutting the traitor's hand. His attack is so strong that it leaves red traces where it passes, breaking the traitor's sword and severing his hand. Following up his attack, he delivers another strike from below, slashing the traitor's face and sending him flying. Laughing loudly, the traitor watches his wounds heal and states that he should have defeated the hero a long time ago. Furious at the situation, the protagonist shouts that the traitor must be defeated. The battle continues without pause. The protagonist relentlessly strikes the traitor, who defends himself using his own flesh-covered arm, with blackened eyes, red irises, and a sinister grin. The former guard captain says he will show a Xia someone he knows. Then from the traitor's grotesque flesh shield arm, faces begin to form, faces resembling the fallen allies. With a malicious smile, he declares that the two girls were quite useful in nourishing him and making him even stronger. Seeing the faces of his allies, the enraged protagonist launches an attack, shouting that it is the traitor's fault, while the interface warns that his HP is getting low. Taking full responsibility, the captain states that they were just minor victims, like so many others. Then the protagonist unleashes a powerful attack, which is blocked, causing a massive explosion and sending stone fragments into the air, nearly slicing through the flesh-covered arm. The protagonist demands to know why he betrayed the village, to which the traitor replies that the village is full of lazy cowards. Growing increasingly furious, the Chosen One forces his sword deeper into his opponent's arm, getting it stuck with the sword embedded in his arm. The traitor swings rapidly, hurling the protagonist far away and slamming him into the ground. Then the protagonist sees a massive fireball coming toward him on the horizon, shocking him, shouting in desperation for the protagonist to be careful. Miss Xenia throws herself in front of the fireball, taking the full impact as a sacrifice, with tears beginning to well up. The hero starts to grasp what is happening before his eyes. His eyes filled with water. He screams Senya's name at the top of his lungs, deeply worried about the fate of his most important ally. Then suddenly the Chosen One opens his eyes, utterly shocked, not understanding where he is, and lets out a loud scream. For some reason, he is back in the village, and in front of him stands his beloved Miss Senya, deeply concerned about the scream she just heard. Inside the village with no war taking place, the two stare at each other in confusion, unsure of what is happening. Getting up in shock from the situation, the protagonist starts running away, claiming that he must have completely fallen asleep. Before he can escape, Miss Xenia grabs him by the collar and asks him to stop looking at the protagonist. She asks if he had a nightmare or bad dream with his head lowered in a hint of sadness. The protagonist admits that he was reliving memories of past events. Looking at Senya's face, the protagonist states that these events will never happen again. Confused, the girl asks what he means by all that. The protagonist lies, saying that you should have told the truth about the Reverend sooner. Then in a very sweet and gentle manner, the lady tells him it wasn't his fault and calls him silly. She pinches the protagonist's cheek, while saying she always wanted a little brother, and now he will be her little brother, making him uncomfortable, while thinking that he doesn't want to be her little brother. They both hear a baby crying from inside the house. Realizing that little baby Taifa is awake, the lady starts running toward her house again. Entering the house, The protagonist recalls that he has visited this place many times in other cycles and remembers that the lady always breastfeeds. Here you see the lady breastfeeding the child with goat milk, which makes the protagonist reflect on how beautiful motherhood is. He then remembers that Sonya believes she cannot produce breast milk and extends his hand to his ally, asking for the glass bottle with the milk. With a bottle in hand, the Chosen One begins to explain that there was a bit of holy water. Inside, it's starting the cleaning process. He explains how to purify it to ensure it is safe for the baby. After finishing the entire cleaning process, the protagonist starts pouring goat milk back into the glass bottle and says it must not be too hot or too cold. Little baby Taifa and Miss Sienna are surprised by his breastfeeding knowledge. The protagonist quickly takes the baby from the lady's arms and begins feeding her, telling her to drink slowly. A small baby is placed back into bed, feeling very happy after being fed with goat milk. As the protagonist takes care of the baby, the lady is enchanted by his skills. While taking care of the baby, the hero reflects that in the past cycles, no matter how hard he tried, Miss Senior would always disappear or be defeated gently. The Chosen One asks if the lady would let him take care of the baby and says that little Typho will grow up just like her mother, very strong, charmed by the compliment. The lady affectionately calls the protagonist charming. Excited, the village hero responds that everything he is saying is true and reflects on how strong their bond has become, starting to feel very embarrassed, but also grateful for the compliments. The girl thanks him. Betty steps closer and says that she can show her gratitude by accompanying him on his next adventure into the ruined forest, a bit flustered by the invitation. The lady asks if that's how he invited the Wild One. Embarrassed, the hero says that he only hired the Wild One to help him uncover the priest's betrayal and that the monster's hideout is still inside the ruined forest. He says that entering the forest is the only way to prevent history from repeating itself and to secure little Taifa's future. Looking directly into the protagonist's eyes, the lady becomes emotional and asks why he would do all of this for her. And the menu interface opens, showing that the protagonist's reputation with Sinia has increased to close friends, still holding her hand. The hero affirms that he would do anything for her as gratitude for saving his life. At the entrance gate of the starting village, some people are gathering. A red-haired man, a level 12 player swordsman named Moonlight, can be seen talking with others. Two village guards begin discussing that until now, no level 5 or higher monsters have been seen in other spawn points. A white-haired player mentions a group of players who teamed up to bully the village chief's daughter and says they were defeated. Then, the red-haired player says that those players were forced to log out and were banned for at least a year. With the Juvenile Correction Center investigating the case, a player wearing a green shirt looks extremely terrified at the thought of being banned from the game for a year. The swordsman then states that the internet is not a place without consequences, especially when playing an online game. While the two newbies argue in the background, the blonde player asks them to stop as the chief is arriving. Then suddenly a girl running at full speed approaches from behind, the blonde player jumping onto the newbie's back. The pink-haired girl tries to get a closer look at the village hero, arriving together with Miss Sinya. A player in the background comments that the Chosen One is with a very beautiful woman, lined up together. All the players present were enamored with the Chosen One, making him uncomfortable. The pink-haired girl then gets close to Zilia's ear and asks if the NPC will help them defeat monsters. Then the village hero introduces the lady to the group of players, saying that she will be the team's guard. While being poked by Sinya, the protagonist says that since everyone is here, they might as well hunt monsters. On the way to the hunting grounds, the players start discussing the diverse taste of the boss and wonder if the hidden quest is completed through devotion. The Chosen One says they are here to complete the quest, which surprises his subordinate, since there is no visible quest in this location. Then Professor Xia, accompanied by his secretary senior, begins explaining that all monsters above level 4 have intelligence. Confused by the brief lesson, the soldier asks what they should do. Then hearing this, the chosen one gives a sly and mischievous smile, pointing to the red-clothed, pink-haired girl. The protagonist asks her to come closer. Completely smitten, she approaches without hesitation, saying that Sai can give her any command and she will obey. Then the protagonist asks if little sister is interested in being cannon fodder for the mission. Greatly surprises the girl. He adds that being bait will benefit her, mentioning that, as a rogue, she has 15% increased speed. Embarrassed, covering herself, the pink-haired girl asks how he knows her class, and if the chosen one was spying on her. The girl shows the dagger and hook at her waist, making the leader think that she passed through the village of the Shadow Brothers. He reflects that he discovered in the 5th week of playing that the entrance is under the well, and wonders how the girl knew that too. Then the rogue is finally convinced, and excitedly shouts that she will be the team's cannon fodder, approaching her beloved village hero. The girl asks if the leader will pay her after the quest. Then the friendship interface appears, showing that the pink-haired girl's name is Aprilia, and that she wants to add the chosen one as a friend, which he accepts while Aprilia is very excited, asking what she should do. The leader says that he will draw a map. A map of the ruined forest is made, with a red line drawn around the symbol of a boar, taking the digital map in her hands. The girl salutes, saying that she guarantees the task will be completed, with her speed boosted by her row class. She starts sprinting toward the marked line on the map. Some time passes, and the blonde player asks if the girl will be okay, to which the leader replies that the row will attract many monsters to the area. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurs a few meters ahead of the player group, catching their attention. Sprinting back to the group, the girl looks desperate and sweating. After the explosion, a massive group of wild boars is chasing Aprilia, who runs at full speed screaming for the leader's help. The team gets on alert upon seeing the rogue running back, but the leader remains calm, while the blonde player asks what they should do, still running desperately. The girl believes she is about to meet her end, seeing that her team isn't acting at all. The girl keeps running, shouting for them to do something, wearing a priest robe and reading the Bible. The protagonist starts praying, asking for the girl to find peace in heaven. Putting the joke aside, someone with feminine hands asks Sia to hold an item. The items are Sia's armor, and she states that wearing it in the fight against the boars would make her heavy and slow. Everyone on the team gets excited and happy to see the lady without her armor, except for the chosen one, who gets jealous with her hair tied back. Senya asks why the hero let the girl do something so dangerous, and what cannon fodder means, telling her not to worry and saying that he has a plan. The protagonist reflects that NPCs are unaware of players' existence, believing they only have one life. After hearing that the chosen one has a plan, the lady says she trusts him, holding her sword tightly and with a bit of fear. Stenia says she hasn't fought in a long time and might be a little rusty. Dashing forward, the lady begins preparing a powerful attack against the wild boars, chasing the rogue, shouting loudly. The village hero tells Aprilia to use the hook. The two burros are running toward each other, as the protagonist shouts that Senior will help her, when suddenly a wild boar appears very close to the pink-haired girl and begins to attack. However, before it can finish its attack, the girl jumps and surprises the beast with an extremely precise leap. Aprilia jumps over the boar, launching her hook forward in a maneuver. The hook flies ahead and wraps tightly around Miss Senya's sword at high speed. Using all of her strength and skill, the village warrior pulls the sword, dragging the hook along with it at full speed, pulled with incredible force. Aprilia flies at an extreme velocity. The speed is so great that it makes the girl pull a very funny face in the air. The wild boar watches all of this with a stunned expression, as Senya pulls the airborne girl with full force, landing unintentionally on the warrior's private area. Very embarrassed, the girl comments on how soft it is, which makes Senya equally flustered. Then, in the middle of the imminent battle, the warrior throws the robe backward as the boars charge toward her. She is flown directly into the protagonist's arms, who catches her in midair with perfect precision. With a mischievous smile, the sly rogue asks the leader if they can do that again. This makes him embarrassed and uncomfortable, so he hurls her upward with all his strength. saying she has something wrong with her head. Turning to the team, the village hero says, they must hurry because the boars have arrived and must be defeated. Then the entire team hides in the trees, while the protagonist draws his sword saying, this never gets boring. Meanwhile, the experienced warrior continues, fighting bravely against the wild boars, defeating a few more boars. Miss Senya states that she never thought she would miss battle this much. Looking at the chosen one sweetly while fighting, she wonders if he called her to battle, to make her feel this sensation again. Then she adds that with the Reverend and little Taifa, she had to stay away from these dangerous battles, delivering a powerful strike that causes an explosion in the battlefield. She says that she can finally feel her true soul, seeing the fight in the distance and their fallen brothers. Two wild boars declare that they must flee the battle. Suddenly, the village hero attacks and immediately defeats one of the two boars, shocking the other while the boar cries over the loss of its brother. Its friend, the chosen one, calls it a stupid pig. More wild boars arrive from behind, discussing how they must defeat the chosen one. Then, with an extremely excited expression, the protagonist raises his sword and says he will show his technique learned after 177 cycles. 10 minutes pass, and we see the hero standing atop a wild boar, having defeated them all, wiping sweat from his face. He remarks that even though their level was low, the fight was still tough. Suddenly, Miss Senya appears shouting for a friend, and she jumps on him, unintentionally brushing her body against his face, as she says she was worried, seeing a red liquid dripping from her ally's nose. Senya asks if he is hurt, but he replies that he's fine. Senya then crouches and in a suspicious gesture says he must be injured somewhere, insisting on checking as the hero insists that he's fine. The pink-haired girl, still sitting on a tree branch, comments that this NPC is quite clingy in more ways than one. Walking ahead, the protagonist says he's fine, while the warrior tells him not to act recklessly next time. The blonde player watching from atop the tree says it's about time they climb down. Jumping to the ground, the pink-haired girl runs toward the leader, calling out his name, then reaching his side. Standing near his screen, she asks what he was doing earlier, annoyed by the question. The protagonist turns his face away from the girl and asks, what kids even understand? However, Aprilia quickly responds that she is not a kid. She's already an adult. Thinking for a moment, the chosen one says he recognizes that she's an adult, but she's not fully developed. The statement deeply irritates the girl. While the protagonist opens the menu interface, the protagonist states that defeating 76 wild boars was enough to complete the quest for 5 different people. He then adds that he will release 2 team members to help complete the quest. For another 5, the subordinates discuss among themselves who is willing to spend most of the day watching the big guys show. Ready and eager, the girl raises her hand and says she's willing to do it, since it's just a game and she doesn't care. Following suit, the blonde player says they can count on him too, since there's a chance to level up by doing this. Then the protagonist opens the interface and selects the players, saying that this will be enough to meet the quota of 5 people. Interface then displays the 5 selected players in a prompt, asking whether the process is finalized or not. After completing the quests, the 5 selected players gain a significant amount of reputation and copper coins, making them very happy. Then the village hero says that the girl and the blonde player can accompany him on the mission, reflecting that bringing them along is good for farming XP and increasing his popularity among players. The red-haired player then gets irritated and says this is unfair, asking if he's taking those 2 players to unlock hidden quests. Continuing the discussion, he states that he didn't know about the benefits he could get by tagging along. The 2 soldiers add that strangely, the 2 chosen players are friends of the chosen one and ask if this was some kind of trick. Starting to get slightly annoyed, the protagonist reflects that even NPCs wouldn't be as shameless as these players. Finally, he gives in to their demands and says that all 3 of them can come along if they really want to. Then the blonde player asks his newbie friends if they want to join or if they prefer to return to the city. The white-haired player responds that he won't go because he doesn't want to cause trouble and he logs off saying he has something to do first. Then suddenly the blonde player receives a surprising message that catches him off guard. The message is from his friends saying that if anything weird happens, he should take a screenshot and they will back him up no matter what. The players then venture into the depths of the ruined forest, which has a terrifying atmosphere. On the way to the quest, the red-haired player reflects that something is off, since the developers claim there haven't been any game leaks. He then thinks that the leader must know something more, as he must have some secret method to increase his respect. The red-haired player approaches the leader and asks what he does to gain the lady's respect. The leader then responds that he simply treats the NPCs like humans and pays attention to what they like and dislike, trying to uncover more. The red-haired player asks if he can show what she likes and dislikes, thinking this will expose the leader, trying to divert attention. The leader says that helping team members will naturally increase their respect. Sweating nervously, the red-haired player asks if this is true, and if it's really that simple. Then the blonde player steps forward and adds to the idea, saying that helping her in a quest allows her to receive a special ability as a reward to demonstrate. He activates the ability, covering his entire sword with beautiful, glowing white flowers, trying to show off to the lady. The red-haired player presents his flower-covered sword and reflects that if this doesn't work, he'll complain on the game's forums. A bit flustered, the warrior looks at the chosen one, wondering what just happened, while he simply shrugs, then not wanting to be rude. The lady looks at the red-haired player and gives him a sweet smile, trying to calm the situation. Feeling overjoyed by the smile he just received, the red-haired player celebrates, believing his actions were successful. Then immediately he declares to the lady not to worry, saying he will always light the path ahead for her. Suddenly something catches the swordsman's attention. He's caught off guard. Is a floating skull with sharp octopus-like tentacles advancing toward him and frightening him to the point that he lets out a scream. The monstrous floating skull then instinctively attacks the swordsman's head, wrapping its sharp tentacles around him. Then someone shouts for them to run, making the pink-haired girl wonder why they are running. As they flee, the chosen one remarks that the function of players is to be cannon fodder. Brandishing her sword, the warrior dashes off in a direction, complaining that the red-haired player was careless, finally reaching a safe spot. The blonde player, slightly irritated, asked what that thing was, answering the question. The chosen one says that if they offer Jim the cook a drink, he will give them information about the monsters. He adds that these monsters are special as they are level 7, use curse magic, and can infect people. Curious, the pink-haired girl asks how they failed to catch them, if they were so powerful, then looking at the glowing plant. The chosen one says that infected creatures hate this type of flower. The blonde player kneels and asks how the hero knows so much. Extremely impressed, answering his subordinate's question. The hero says that the wild one will tell you everything she knows, if he can pay 10 minutes. Pass, and the adventurers arrive at the center of the ruined forest, where the body of a giant snake woman lies. The players have different reactions. The blonde player feels disgusted, while the girl finds it really cool that crows are gathered around the defeated woman's body. Then, the MC says that if not for the quick dissipation of the witch's soul, the beasts would have devoured her. Curious, the girl asks the chosen one what the witch's soul is. Looking at the dark sky filled with cursed crows, the protagonist says it was the greatest disaster. Then a crow lunges at the MC, who tells the lady that she can defeat it for him, obeying her ally's command. The warrior delivers a swift attack against the crow, easily defeating it as Sinya defeats all the crows. The protagonist comments that he could have brought a level 6 group, but the warrior was more than enough. The last crow is defeated, marked by the fall of its feather to the ground, completely stained, wiping sweat from her forehead. Sinya says that her sword skills have worsened over time, and that she needs more practice. Gently, the protagonist encourages his friend, saying that she can do it. Then a quest interface appears in front of the MC, showing information about their rewards. Reflecting on it, the protagonist realizes that the Union certificate did not exist in previous versions, concluding that the quest rewards have changed. The 2 players accompanying the mission also receive the quest interface. Girl asks if this is the end of the mission, wondering if they won't get to see the witch's soul. Taking a flaming object from his inventory. The Chosen One tells her not to worry, because she will see it soon. Then he throws the flaming object far away, aiming at the crow feathers with the intent to burn them. It doesn't take long for the crow feathers to ignite. A massive fire in the ruined forest. Struggling to withstand the heat. The girl is surprised, as she didn't know that crow feathers could have this kind of effect. Then amidst the flames a shadow begins to take shape, resembling the soul of the defeated witch. Concerned, the warrior asks the MC why he summoned the witch, and he tells her not to worry. The witch was defeated by the Wild One, before she could spread her soul through the corruptive forest, leaving only a small portion inside the corruptive crows. Reflecting on it, he realizes that if she had absorbed the guards and cooperated with the forest poison, she would have become a true boss. But since she was defeated by the Wild One, she didn't have time for that, and is now just a small, harmless snake. As soon as the soul fully forms, the creature wastes no time and begins attacking the adventurers, adjusting its level based on the players present. The level adjustment, according to the players, frightens the Chosen One, as he hadn't remembered that the more people, the stronger the boss would be. The snakes accompanying Milo Lux unleash a purple energy blast toward the adventurers. The energy blast is blocked by the warrior's great sword, shielding her allies from the explosion. Meanwhile, the snake woman watches the adventurers, hiding behind the great sword, preparing her blade. Sinya tells the MC to leave and take the adventurers with him, offering to sacrifice herself. The protagonist, unfazed by the situation, says there's no need to flee. Surprising his ally, slightly wounded by the energy blast, the protagonist looks excited, saying that if they want a good fight, they need to switch roles. Charging toward the MC, the enraged snake woman tells him not to be arrogant. With an excited smile, the protagonist remains unfazed by the boss's advance. He shouts the name Evelyn loudly of the Wicked Witch. The name shocks the woman, leaving her frozen for a few seconds, wondering what she just heard. The two opponents stare at each other for a few moments, surprised by the situation. The two players watch everything, equally astonished, wondering what just happened to the boss, pretending not to know the name. The snake woman claims she doesn't know who Evelyn is. With authority, the MC asks if she is pretending to forget, and reminds her that she was the one who made her play. The snake woman grows, increasingly frightened by how much information her opponent knows about her. Excited by the mention of the game, the pink-haired girl moves closer, curious, annoyed. The woman says she hates Evelyn because she was the one who imprisoned her there, demanding to know what her opponent wants. Irritated by her statement, the MC demands that the woman tell him where the treasure chest is, or else he will return to defeat her again. Greatly angered by the threat, the snake woman calls her opponent despicable for trying to blackmail her. However, unwilling to start another battle, she reveals exactly where the treasure chest is. Then the hero follows up by asking for the secret password to unlock the chest. Still very irritated, the snake woman lunges forward, threatening to attack the protagonist on phase. The MC asks if she really has the courage to threaten him as a form of blackmail. He begins talking about the things Evelyn did to the snake woman, frightening her, finally giving in. The witch reveals the password and begs to be left alone, saying she never wants to see them again. The adventurers walk toward the treasure, as the protagonist explains that in every cycle, chest location and password change. Upon reaching the site, the protagonist reflects that the witch's greatest rival is the dark elf Evelyn, who imprisoned her there since Mylux's body is indestructible. The only way to eliminate her is to find something that can imprison her soul. Coincidentally, the witch's heart was hidden inside the treasure chest. She guarded herself, opening the chest. The hero reflects that each repetition changes the location, password, and rewards inside the box. Placing his hand forward and reciting the password, a golden light reflects on the hero's face. The main item acquired was the witch's heart. The second item acquired was an elven bandana, granting +1 to all attributes. The third item was a wand of the Sun Elves, increasing intelligence and magic casting speed. The last item was a necklace of fingers, granting +1 to strength and constitution, but reducing -1 charisma for anyone who dares to wear it, holding the heart in his hands. The MC comments that the items are ugly, and that there's nothing good around the starting village. Impressed, the girls ask if the heart is also cursed, explaining it's used. The MC says that with it, they can finally defeat the witch or set the snake free. Then Senya asks what the team will do from now on. Holding the heart, the hero says he will do what any good person would do. Suddenly, he destroys the heart, stating that the right thing to do is to get rid of the witch. Her heart finally destroyed. The snake woman is truly defeated. Frightened by what just happened, the girl asks the blonde player if it's safe for them to follow the hero on his quests. The witch's soul energy engulfs the chosen one, surrounding him with its power. The system notifies that the player is infected and will lose 10% HP per hour, but has gained 25 XP. The poison doesn't seem to affect the protagonist, who remains unfazed and says everything went well. Looking at his level bar, he sees that he has accumulated 8,250 XP, allowing him to level up multiple times. The MC then reflects that his next objective is to find a girl, imprisoned inside a cave by a giant evil red octopus. A girl opens her red eyes. The hero must rescue her from a very distant place. This is Evelyn, the former candidate for Queen of the Dark Elves. Then, under the strong persuasion of her lover, they escape together from the Dark Elf Kingdom. However, after her lover's defeat, the princess went mad and sought to dominate everything, falling under the control of Sermos, destroyer of all worlds. Following the monster's instructions, the woman created an abyss in the forest near the starting village, causing it to decay completely. Because of her wicked hobby, she tormented the snake woman, Milo Lux, and trapped her soul outside the cave. What the girl didn't expect was that an accidental visit from the creature would bring her huge trouble. Sinro's appearance caused a giant octopus to emerge, trapping itself inside the cave along with the girl, starting a great battle after the witch's defeat. The curse causes Evelyn's power to grow as the protagonist levels up, aiding in her release, however, until the player reaches level 40. The princess will remain trapped in the cave, battling the giant octopus. Looking at his decaying hand, the MC says he can hide it for now, but he won't be able to hide it forever. He must find the princess hiding his rotting hand. The hero says he has a lot of work to do before the players notice and ruin the mission's plot. Noticing the strange curse that infected her ally, the warrior asks if he's okay. He promptly responds that there's no need to worry, since there's a way to get rid of it. The two newbies approach, asking what effects this new tattoo the leader acquired has. Then they start arguing about whether the hero is the game's creator, or if he knows the developer, which irritates the protagonist. His allies become slightly awkward, mocking the hero's words while he embarrassed. Says he has always used the method of paying attention, showing an interesting chest. The leader says they can take one of the loot items, and thinks about how hard it is to trick human players. Once again, the two boys start arguing, but this time about which item to take. Then suddenly, the MC notices that the lady is still very worried about his curse, looking sad in the corner. The hero realizes that to NPCs, this is a terrible curse, but to players, it's an interesting challenge within the game. He thinks that his incomplete synchronization with the world makes him unique, different from any player or NPC, no matter how many times the cycle resets, or how advanced the artificial intelligence is. NPCs will always function according to their programming. The leader starts freaking out, thinking that after hundreds of cycles, he might be a coding error, but if not, maybe he can escape the game. He adds that he needs to find Evelyn to resolve the curse, as he doesn't know if failing in the public beta, well, Minnie's permanently defeated. The adventurers entered the dark cave, now dominated by a level 45 monster. The dungeon's final reward. In the first cycles, the hero and the lady discovered this cave, which had many monsters, and the princess was in the dungeon's deepest part. They need to eliminate all the monsters in the cave, which is nearly impossible for the starting village players. Even with help, Osnia fights bravely against the giant beetle. The protagonist says they need to find a way to get past these monsters. The blonde player tells them to hurry and advance deeper into the cave. He approaches some monster eggs and says there's no reason to worry. After all, it's just a game, right? Then something shocking happens, terrifying the newbie, who screams in panic. A few seconds pass, and the adventurers find themselves trapped inside larva cocoons. The girl asks if this was really part of the plan. Some more time passes, and the three warriors begin hitting the walls to break the cocoons and finally free themselves, reaching their destination finally. Arriving the final gate, the adventurers emerge from the cocoons, vomiting from the sheer disgust, helping the warrior recover from a nausea. The hero says that the person he's looking for is behind that great gate, looking at his allies with excitement. He says that it's too late to rest now. Excited, the players say they have no intention of leaving alive, and the girl agrees, raising her arms enthusiastically. The hero and Miss Sinya exchange glances, seemingly formulating a plan. Without hesitation, the warrior draws her sword and wedges it into the gate's gap, using force to pry it open. Shouting for allies to prepare for battle, Sinya keeps pushing against the door, finally forcing the gate open. The adventurers descend even deeper into the dungeon. However, suddenly, a giant octopus tentacle swiftly attacks the warrior. The sudden tentacle surprises Miss Sinya greatly. She makes a risky move, jumping onto the tentacle and using her sword as support, just like a professional acrobat. However, another tentacle appears from behind and attacks her. The giant octopus's tentacle grabs the warrior tightly, preventing her from escaping. Seeing his most important ally captured, the hero panics and shouts her name. Suddenly, the tentacles capture the blonde player and the girl, who scream for the leader's help. He freezes for a few seconds, unsure of what to do then. One of the tentacles releases some kind of power onto the blonde player, rapidly aging him within seconds as he screams for help. Trapped in the thick tentacles, Aprilia becomes completely disoriented and comments on how large the tentacles are, a statement that greatly unsettles the leader. Suddenly, the village hero notices that the two players have disappeared and wonders if they log out. Looking at the now empty tentacles, the chosen one declares that he will handle this alone, quickly dodging the monster's attack. He realizes that the princess, Evelyn, is being held captive by the giant octopus. Landing on the ground, Sia says he needs to exploit the creature's weaknesses to land a proper attack. Dashing even deeper into the dungeon, the protagonist realizes that before defeating the monster, he must save Sia first, and he rushes forward at full speed. He fears that Sinya won't last much longer, since the Devourer is already buffed by 5 levels, making it even more dangerous. Dodging another attack, he manages to jump over another tentacle. The tentacle smashes into the wall with full force, as the MC thinks that having fought it so many times, the attack pattern is already ingrained in his memory. Sprinting even deeper into the dungeon, the hero tells himself that he just needs a little more to reach his goal. Reaching the end of the stone corridor, a bright light envelopes the entire area. Entering the final room of the dungeon, he sees Sienna trapped in one of the tentacles, while the dark elf is imprisoned on a pillar wrapped in tentacles. Bound, Evelyn looks down with an expression of superiority with a slight smile on his face. The MC looks back at her, happy to finally found her once again. A few seconds, the two lock eyes are interrupted when the giant octopus attacks with full ferocity. The attack catches the hero off guard, making him break into a cold sweat. Startled, fleeing from the tentacles, he thinks that this monster only appears due to the sacrifice of 2 to 5 children to the destroyer of worlds. He follows this thought by observing that the tentacles can be over 20 meters long, vary in size, and secrete a sticky liquid dashing across the cave floor. The adventurer laments that he can't eat the tentacles, so the only solution is to defeat them. He extends his hand marked by the cursed tattoo toward the giant octopus as he begins reciting cursed incantations. Magic from the tattoo starts manifesting. The spell is strong enough to make the octopus's tentacles entangle each other, forcing it to release both girls. Evelyn is finally freed from the tentacles and starts falling from the stone pillar, unconscious with her eyes closed. Sydney also begins falling from the high cavern ceiling. After being released, sprinting forward, the protagonist leaps and stretches his arms, trying to catch his precious friend before she crashes to the ground. Arriving just in time, he barely manages to grab her midair before the giant octopus can attack him. The hero starts running and yells for Evelyn to escape too, telling her to follow him as the MC escapes the final dungeon room. Evelyn tries to keep up, intrigued by who this man is and how he knows her magic. She then dives head first into the ground, activating her shadow ability to sink into the earth, walking through the shadows. The fallen princess declares that as soon as she gets out, she will defeat them with her whip. However, before she can escape through the stone corridor, an intense and blinding light stuns her. Leaving her dazed, the light comes from the lady's great sword. While the hero says he won't let her escape so easily, shocked, the dark elf watches the hero and his companion. Unsure of what to say, the warrior charges forward, delivering a powerful strike against Evelyn, who barely manages to dodge in time with a jump. Seizing the opportunity, the octopus once again captures the fallen princess midair with its red tentacles. While staring at the man at the quarter's entrance, Evelyn declares that once she escapes, she will defeat him, closing the door. The hero responds that she can only do that if she escapes first, smirking mischievously with the door shut. Sonia asked her friend if he can break the curse, since the giant octopus is far stronger than the two of them. The girl replies that during his adventures, he discovered this monster and wanted to defeat it as soon as possible, and that there's a way to break the curse. Worried, the girl says she can't defeat it and that in this short adventure, they've already sacrificed 2 people. Calming the situation, the swordsman tells her not to worry, since their 2 allies were truly defeated. He adds that there's no need to fight, because their escape attempt greatly angered the devourer monsters in the cave, who will mid-conversation. They suddenly hear a loud curse-filled scream from the corridor, using a protective spell. The purple-haired girl asks what they're trying to do, while shielding herself from attacks. Leaning against the door, the MC sarcastically tells her to take a guess. Then the protagonist reveals his plan: to make Evelyn fight the devourer monster until she can't hold out any longer. He adds that once the dark elf exhausts all of her energy and becomes vulnerable, that will be the perfect moment to attack her for real. Furthermore, he states that Evelyn has already spent most of her magic battling the devourer's spirits, leaving her too drained to open the stone gates, leaving her with only one way to escape. Weak and crawling on the ground, the girl begs for her life, saying she will do anything as long as she is saved. The purple-haired girl pleads for them to rescue her and cast a charm spell on them. The powerful charm spell strikes Miss Senia, putting her in a complete trance. Deeply enamored, trying to act faster than the spell, the hero pulls his ally, telling her to be careful. However, he fails to rescue her in time and reflects that Evelyn's spell is extremely strong. Both men and women become captivated by it. But since the protagonist has played through this trick for many cycles, he's completely immune to the spell. Then he approaches with an amused look and casually says that he refuses the offer. This greatly surprises the woman, who is stunned that her charm spell has no effect on him. At that same moment, the giant octopus's tentacles slams into the protective shield. Once again, the protective shield is on the verge of breaking, making the girl realize she is running out of time and must act quickly. So in a desperate move, she begs once again to be saved. But this time she doesn't use any magic. With soft, alluring eyes, she says she would do anything, including offering herself, cleverly and strategically. The hero says that what he wants is for her to remove the curse first. Once again, the purple-haired girl is shocked and wonders if he really defeated Milo Lux. She also asks if he specifically came here to rescue her, and the protagonist answers yes, once again demanding that she lift the curse. Obeying his request, the girl begins chanting words that slowly start to purge the curse from the player's body, watching the curse leave his body. The hero reflects that this is still the same original princess, just as temperamental as ever. Begging once more, the woman says she removed the curse. So now he must uphold his end of the deal and open the door. Before opening the door, the hero says that he will only do it if she promises not to harm him. Thinking that a promise like this is a good way to buy time, the girl shouts a curse at Elvin, which slightly irritates the protagonist. Screaming, the woman declares that she is Evelyn in the name of the abyss. Plugging his ears, the MC tells her to stop with the nonsense and demands that she use her real name. Miss Miller's rose the moment he utters the name. A strange purple magic floods the entire room, disorienting the warrior. The magic emanates from the enraged fallen princess, who shouts in fury, demanding to know how he knows her real name, as purple energy surges from her. While Senya remains dazed, the chosen one thinks to himself that the purple-haired girl is still the same. Whenever she is called by her real name, she always gets extremely angry, kneeling down to help his dazed ally. The hero simply states that it doesn't matter how he knows. She just needs a promise or not. Infuriated, the fallen princess declares that when she gets out of there, she will personally make sure to defeat him. Standing before the stone door once again, the girl hears the man on the other side, wondering worriedly if she will even survive. Then suddenly something begins to happen, and the purple-haired girl starts chanting an Elven. Her words start to change her appearance, turning her eyes completely white. The glowing white eyes make her look eerily similar to someone who has been possessed. It is explained that the Dark Elves once served the Lord of the Abyss, one of the servants of the Lord of the Night since ancient times. Evelyn and her lover were candidates for the throne, and the King of the Night sought to claim the princess for himself. The Dark Elves attempted to make her submit through mistreatment and torment. However, the girl endured it all, and in the end, and did not become the King of the Night's plaything, but instead the destroyer of worlds. Now the girl who survived everything, enduring all kinds of mistreatment, has become a boss capable of domination. However, the physical scars she suffered from the abuse are still imprinted on her very soul. Growing weaker, she asks, "How dare you do this in front of me?" Exhausted, she adds that she cannot continue like this or she will be defeated. Then the village hero turns to Senya and tells her to hold on, as he's going to use all of his strength. This leaves his ally completely flustered, breaking into a cold sweat at her friend's bold statement. Grabbing his friend's foot, he starts massaging it with full force, causing ticklish sensations. The tickles on seeing his foot connect with Evelyn's, due to the lingering effects of the charm magic. However, even after all that, the protagonist suddenly tells her to forget it, because he has changed his mind, which completely stuns the purple-haired girl. Now the swordsman wants the girl to swear allegiance to him. This makes the woman wonder why he did all of this, since the promise had no magical binding. Finally giving in to his demands, she thinks she'll find another way later, but for now she will follow him. Then she swears allegiance. The menu interface shows that Evelyn has level 45 in Thief, level 39 in Conjurer, and level 37 in Swordsman. The next interface reveals that the hero has gained Evelyn as a follower, but the contract strength is very weak. Turning to the warrior who still has her sword wedged in the door, the hero asks her to open it, peering through the door's gap. He thinks that once it's unlocked, the chance to attack Evelyn will be lost. No matter how many times he repeats this, he will always be hit. The impact is so strong that it launches the protagonist across the room, slammed him against the wall with full force, finally escaping through the door. The girl is furious at the man for everything she has been through. She extends her hands and calls him irritating, while she begins casting a pulling spell. The magic drags the boy like a rope, while he thinks that this same trick is always used, grabbing her opponent by the neck. The furious dark elf says she will defeat him this time, while cursing him and shouting for her to let go of him. The warrior leaps forward, preparing a powerful attack against the opponent. However, with a quick reaction, Evelyn shatters Siena's sword before she can even finish her strike. Seeing her broken sword, the warrior is completely speechless, her mouth agape at her opponent's strength. In every cycle, Senya always tries to fight, even knowing that she can't defeat Evelyn. Squeezing the hero's neck tightly, the dark elf declares that she will defeat him when she gets out of there. Then she demands his final words. Screaming desperately, the chosen one shouts that Lucy, the princess's lover, is still alive. This stuns the purple-haired girl, leaving her at a loss for words for a few seconds. However, as she thinks more, she becomes deeply enraged, screaming and demanding to know what he just said, still gripping the man's throat. The purple-haired girl repeats herself, demanding that he tell her again. Then the protagonist reveals that Evelyn's lover deceived her, as she became the queen, adding that the woman did it all for power and the throne, trying to calm the situation. He adds that Lucy hasn't gone to heaven yet, and that he himself can help her find her. For some reason, this only enrages the dark elf even more, and she orders him to stop talking nonsense, always trying to gain the upper hand. CIA says that he hasn't even stated the terms of the deal yet. This further irritates the woman, who asks if he still wants to negotiate with her after all this. Then the girl summons a massive and powerful mind Devora behind her. However, the chosen one remains unfazed, saying that he's still level 1, and that the mind Devora won't do anything to him, with no arguments left. The fallen princess accuses him of being some kind of trick, saying there's no way a weak person could enter her cave so easily. With a humorous expression, the hero sarcastically asks if the cave is really that hard to invade. Then he reflects that the Mind Eater's minimum damage is 120, and a level 1 player's HP is exactly 120 as well. Due to his vast experience across multiple cycles, the hero made this decision deliberately, ensuring that Evelyn can't harm him, only obey him with a malicious smile. The purple-haired girl says she isn't out of ideas yet. Then she points to Miss Senia, stating that she cannot move due to the pressure of her magic. She adds asking, what would happen if they let the demons torment Senia instead of him? Completely unintimidated, the protagonist dares her to try, saying he will respond her request. Now the dark elf points to the depths of the cave and spawns even more monsters, humanoid pig-like creatures. Then she shouts at them, ordering them to attack the woman, declaring that she is entirely theirs, too weak to resist. Senia is completely terrified of the approaching monsters. At the last second, the MC shouts that the 3 pig men can rebel against the contract and fight for their freedom. The pigs suddenly stop moving. The 3 look out at their target, but they do not attack, roaring. One of the pigs turns its head toward the woman who summoned them. This greatly surprises Evelyn, who asks if they're truly aware of their decisions. The giant pigs charge forward, preparing to attack their former master, beginning to rebel against the contract that bound them. Irritated, the girl wonders how they dare oppose her, and begins to cast a spell against them. One of the pigs is quickly struck by dark thorns that appear on its back, getting stuck in place. The thorns start to wrap around it with all their might, overwhelming and causing severe damage. However, it does not give in and breaks the thorns using all its strength. The sudden break of the spell causes significant damage to the fallen princess's HP. After taking the damage, the woman releases her opponent and begins to focus on the battle against the 3 humanoid pigs, rushing towards one of her former contractors. The elf uses her claws to slash his chest and break his spear. Hero reflects that he can enrage and stimulate the bloodlust of the beasts, which is enough to hold off the purple one. Then one of the pigs in underwear swings an axe at the girl's body, spilling blood. Using her reaction, she begins to cast a healing spell, while complaining that it is consuming a lot of mana. Suddenly another axe strike is delivered from behind, giving her little time to react. However, the girl is much faster than her subordinates, and manages to dodge at the last second, supporting herself on the ground. She delivers a precise kick to the pig's head. Stunning on impact, the blow was strong enough to make it bleed, blood spilling from its mouth, appearing behind the beast. She finishes her attack, crossing her arms in an X shape and finally defeating her opponent, having defeated all enemies. The hero reflects that even with low mana, she managed to overcome the challenge. However, she finally gives into weakness and begins to cry a little, while asking something, feeling no pity. The warrior points her sword at the purple-haired girl's neck, while the hero shouts for her to stop. while the girl kneels on the ground with the sword to her head. The MC says that now she can only obey and listen to him, this time trying to make another deal. The elf says she can reveal the location of places with monsters, as long as he gives her Lucy's location. The protagonist quickly responds that he is not interested in the location of monsters, and says that the elf's sincerity is not enough, running out of arguments for the deal. The girl starts thinking about what she can offer in exchange. As a last resort, she asks if the man is interested in her, and adds that it's very hot inside the cave. This greatly irritates Sonya. Says that if it is so hot, it is time to cut her finally. The hero says he prefers the sight of watching her bathe in the morning and running in the forest, and asks to be taken to the treasure. The woman gets irritated, saying she cannot bathe in the morning because her race serves the darkness, and claims he's lying about knowing his lover's location. Kneeling, the protagonist says she will find out in a minute if she obeys him first, then drawing some symbols on the ground. He asks the girl to summon this monster first. The woman does not understand how the man knows these summoning symbols. This tests the MC's patience, and he says she asks too many questions, that he tells her to do it immediately. 3 little monsters are summoned, with very bizarre and disgusting appearances. Making strange noises, the lady expresses disgust, saying that this type of monster is very revolting. The protagonist crushes one of the purple-colored monsters with his hands authoritatively. He orders the purple-haired girl to drink the monster's liquid while placing it in her mouth, without asking, wanting to discover his lover's location. The woman drinks without saying anything in a very repulsive way. The elf swallows the broth from the creature she summoned, apologizing for his rudeness. The hero says it is the only way for her to drink, which irritates her greatly. Before she can act, golden glowing bonds begin to wrap around her entire body, healing her completely. This sparks the warrior's curiosity, who asks what has happened to her. The golden bonds restore the elf, who asks how this is possible and how it was done. The menu in her face shows that the princess' opinion has improved. She is now neutral toward the blonde-haired man. Answering the girl's question, the MC says that the summoned monster can be used as a healing potion. Approaching the blonde-haired man, the girl asks who he is, and adds that she is now at 100% and can defeat him anytime. The chosen one laughs as she wants to hit him, but cannot land a blow. Betty says that if she wants to know the lover's location, she needs to go to the treasure first. The 3 adventurers head to the treasure room, while someone asks how the hero knows about this place. Reaching the end of the room, there were 2 very important items: a powerful red sword and a golden orb with a purple core in the center. Picking up the golden orb, the MC hands it to the warrior and says that the village chief knows how to use it. Taking the red sword, he also gives it to Senya, saying that since the old sword broke, she can now use this stronger one. Worried, the warrior steps closer and tells her ally to go first, afraid that he will be in danger. Speaking near her ear, the boy says that it is not a problem and that he will be fine, asking her to trust him, leaving the room. The purple-haired girl threatens that if they hurt her friend, she will defeat them. The Kira watches his precious friend leave the room, leaving him alone with the elf. Now that they are alone, the fallen princess asks what he wants, approaching with slow steps. The protagonist says that in this case, he has something in mind. With a mischievous look, he leans close to the purple-haired girl's ear and says he is interested in her, the smile on her face. The woman confidently says that she already knew that. Then the girl says that he is really handsome, and that she doesn't mind having a little fun. The protagonist feels embarrassed, saying that this is not what he was trying to say, and asks if she only thinks about hexes and fights. Then he points at her and says that he wants her to be his facilitator, an adventure alongside him. Somewhat ironically, the girl asks why she should do that, and adds, by asking if he isn't afraid of being defeated. The village hero explains that the fallen princess is the most loyal person he has ever known in all of his reincarnations. Recalling his 15th cycle, the adventurer begins to observe the elf and her lover, standing side by side. His ally is being gravely wounded by a sharp knife from her lover. As she asks why, Lucy says that the Lord of the Night has always been interested in Evelyn, but the queen's throne must be hers. Falling powerless into her lover's arms, A purple-haired girl tries to say something, but cannot. She finally manages to speak and finishes by saying that, from the beginning, her lover could have taken the throne. The poor elf falls defeated to the ground in the arms of her beloved. The new queen then, with tears in her eyes, kisses the face of her departed lover. Watching all of this from hiding, the protagonist is left speechless and flees with a jump, back in the present, trying to disguise his thoughts. The blonde says that the reason is that she is strong and generous, with her arms crossed. The girl says that it doesn't matter if he is lying about Lucy. She will help him either way. However, if she gets bored, or the man lies or procrastinates, she will defeat him without hesitation, pulling a contract from his inventory. He agrees to the terms imposed by the girl. The cooperation contract has several clauses, the main one being that the facilitator must help the team, unconditionally placing the contract between them. The boy says that after signing it, will officially become partners. Before signing, the woman says that she doesn't need a partner, but rather answers the hero. Promptly responds that he will keep his promise and fulfill this part of the deal, accepting the words of her future partner. The girl extends her hand toward the contract, placing her hand on the cooperation contract. She finally accepts and joins the team. The effects of the cooperation contract cause the elves' level to drop to match the team leader's level. An explosion occurs in the room, startling the girl, who screams that the monster is coming. However, it is not a monster, but an angelic figure that appears to be a cleric. Looking at the beautiful sight, the blonde says that there lies the answer to the question, having a different reaction from her ally. The fallen princess is quite frightened by the presence of the other woman. The girl who appears is a nun named Milu. At level 50, she begins to descend, landing at the center of a stone statue. But as she lands, her foot slips. The poor nun falls onto the statue, taking minor damage, feeling embarrassed because of her fall. She greets the adventurers who are blessed by God. The developer of this game is Fantasy Workshop. FM Games is presenting the game's synopsis, which takes place in a world governed by 7 spirits that are at great risk of corruption. Extending an invitation, she calls on the player to join this adventure, visit various locations, become the chosen one, and defeat the forces of evil. If you're defeated, you will respawn at the nearest church of the spirits, retaining your XP level and items. The loading screen finally ends, and on it the Mega Nun appears, welcoming the warriors. Then a glass panel opens, revealing the illuminated sky. Almost fully open, the glass reveals a sky filled with many clouds. Someone opens their eyes, and the first thing they see is Reverend Ink, his face completely bruised, returning to the starting village. The novice is startled by the presence of the injured priest, finally understanding where he is. The blonde realizes that when he is defeated, he returns to the church of the starting village. In the background, the pink-haired girl also responds. Other novices are shocked by the level of the team's players, since the game server has only been open for 2 days. Very impressed, the players gather around the allies and ask to join. Their group of friends gather together. People start wondering how this is possible since they are still noobs, while another asks if they can be added as friends. Then from inside the treasure room, someone shouts for them to get out of the way. The one who shouted was the nun, who says she wants to purify the monster afflicted by the curse. However, the adventurer asks for a minute, as he pulls the dark elf out of the ground, getting close to his ally and speaking in a low voice. The swordsman says there is no need to rush and that she can trust him. Approaching the blonde, the hero says that there are no cursed demons in this place. The girl begins a purification spell on the man, while asserting that the elf is cursed. However, nothing happens to the boy, who looks at the woman with no reaction. Realizing that her spell had no effect, the cleric is surprised and asks why the man wants to protect a monster like the elf, with his arms spread in an animated manner. The MC says that the girl is not a monster, at least not yet, then lying to the blonde. The chosen one says that he signed a contract with his ally, and that through his words, she has understood goodness, and is ready to fight against evil and follow God, showing his friends in the cleric. The man says that she has already started wanting to be a good elf, due to the contract's influence. Still not believing the boy's words, The girl approaches the princess's body and begins to sniff her, having her body completely sniffed. The purple-haired girl feels a bit uncomfortable with all of this. The girl then realizes that the elf has almost no magical power left in her. The boy agrees, saying that she has already followed the light and has left the darkness behind. When Sydney returns to the village with the magic orb, an alarm sounded, giving enough time to complete the contract with Evelyn. That was the plan all along. The blonde praises the adventurer, saying that he did very well. But something troubles her and makes her stop mid-sentence. The princess asks her friend what is happening with the girl, who responds that she is worrying about something she had never thought about. Before starting to whine a lot, the blonde asks what she will put in the report, since there is no evil in the area. Very cleverly, the boy says that this is very simple and easy to solve, pointing to all the treasures in the room. The hero says they could take all of it back and include it in the report, as that since the girl has changed her beliefs, she no longer uses any of these treasures, so they can be donated however. The nun asks what she will do with so many items, since her mission is to eradicate corruption and monsters. Then the chosen one says that it is better for her to report that she eradicated all the monsters, and that this is the loot left from the mission. He adds that these treasures are valuable and can feed the children, as well as allow the people to listen to the teachings of the seven spirits. The boy makes a proposal, asking if the blonde would rather change the mission to save more lives instead of trying to defeat a weak monster. All of this makes the girl stop to think. Finally, she lets out a scream and agrees, saying that the proposal is correct and a better option. Praising the man once again, Milo says that he is blessed by God and quite intelligent, then asks for his name, finding the name curious. She repeats it out loud with her objective complete. She prepares to leave and asks them to visit the city of Ashton when they have time. A menu interface shows that the relationship with Milu has improved. In regard to the hero, a large pink portal is created at the back of the room, transporting all the items back to the city in a very sweet manner. The girl waves goodbye and says she will see them later, watching her new friend leave. Exile waves while the purple-haired girl just observes, lifting a hand to her chin. The princess smiles as she looks at her new ally. A menu interface shows that the relationship with Evelyn has also increased in regard to the chosen one. As soon as the girl leaves the room with the items, the princess, very surprised, said she never thought this would actually work. She adds that her ally may have deceived one of the clerics, but he cannot deceive them all, as one of them is very difficult to fool. Urchin Buckville is a clever priest, stating that although he managed to convince the blonde, he will never deceive this man. In a quick movement, the elf gets close to her new friend's face, pointing a finger in the blonde's face. She asks if he isn't afraid that the nun will defeat him when she returns. Adding to that, the girl questions what he really intends to do and asks him not to be careless. With a relaxed attitude, the blonde responds that he is not a liar, and that Buckville is a shy man. He will obey and take any opportunity to acquire magical equipment. Placing her sharp nail against the man's neck, she asks when she will get her answer. The man replies that the information about Lucy was with the cleric earlier, but they still cannot access it. Not understanding, she narrows her eyes and asks what he means by that. Then, with a mischievous smile, the adventurer reveals that the key to his lover's location is on Milu's chest. If she wants to access it, she will have to steal the key in a very silent manner. Inside her mind, Evelyn sees herself in a dark room, standing before a bed. She cautiously and silently approaches the sleeping pastor's body, moving almost imperceptibly. The purple-haired girl extends her hand toward the key. On the woman's neck, however, before she can steal it, Millie wakes up and places her hand on her face. Embarrassed, the elf says good night to the pastor, before receiving a blast of purification to the face. All she sees is the burst of light that instantly defeats her, as she is a creature of shadows. Then Evelyn wakes up from this brief, lucid dream. Sweating coldly, she comments that the pastor has a light-based ability that directly counters her own shadow attribute. Then very curiously she asks how she is supposed to steal the key. The protagonist begins to explain that Milu's story is not so simple. She is a disciple of Archbishop Frederick. The human closest to God, it was this man who paved the way for the girl to destroy a great number of demons. In the abyssal night, kings hide out very surprised. The princess shouts the name Andime, which is what the dark elves call their own kingdom. The blonde continues explaining that since Sinros awakened, humans have naturally sought a crusade against the abyss. This created the perfect scenario for Millie's training, which explains why she reached level 50 at such a young age. Losing hope, Evelyn kneels on the ground. She concludes that Lucy is still in Enheim and asks if the plan all along was just to toy with her and discourage her. The boy responds that the plan is to obtain the key, but in the process, he will need a favor in return. With a mischievous look, the elf suggests if he wants her to teach him something that can be done alone, with a nun in order to steal the key. Irritated and completely embarrassed, the protagonist asks why. Everything in the girl's brain revolves around that kind of thing. Leaving the treasure room, the hero says he has things to do first, and that he will meet his ally tomorrow morning, so they can depart for the city of Ashton. Watching him leave, the woman thinks to herself that this human is a very strange one. That same night, under the moonlight, cries for help can be heard from the top of the house. The cries for help come from the Reverend, who begs someone not to come any closer. With a whip in hand, a wild figure says, "It is useless to scream, because no one will come to save him if he loses his voice." More and more screams echo through the starting village, audible across the entire region. Completely drained and powerless, the pastor wonders why the 7 spirits make him suffer like this. Then a shadow appears in the house's window. Watching the weeping priest, using his last strength, the traitor crawls to the window and asks, who is there pleading for help? Once again, the shadow is revealed. It is the adventurer who, wearing a mask, opens the window at full speed, knocking the man backward. And then he realizes that the one who had been screaming was Ink all along. Upon entering, the masked man sees the priest completely naked, without any clothes and terrified, lying on the floor of the room. As soon as he regains consciousness and realizes someone is there, he cries out for help with all his strength, whispering. The adventurer asks why he is in that state, showing his battle instruments. Very irritated, the Reverend begins to complain that all of this is because of Senia and the ally of hers, Sia, cursing both of them as dogs. Annoyed since the priest did not know who he was talking to, the hero sarcastically says that he thinks the man has a habit of doing things like this, trying to calm the situation. Completely naked and embarrassed, the priest says that it is not quite like that, and promises to pray to God to bless the man in exchange for his help. Then the hero starts negotiating, saying that he needs something more valuable, as he risks angering the Wild One, and a mere prayer is not worth much. Desperately begging, the pastor says that if the man is there, it must be God's plan, please, once again to be saved. Trying to think of something more valuable for the trade, he begins rummaging through the room, turning over pillows in search of something. After searching thoroughly, the pastor grabs a key and says it is the key to his house, guaranteeing that his wife will not change the lock. Without responding or reacting, the protagonist simply looks at him with a disgusted expression. The priest continues, saying that if the adventurer manages to sneak into the house at night, he can do whatever he wants with the woman, considering it a good trade. Greatly disappointed by the man's attitude, the blonde says that this is a difficult offer to refuse, with his instrument still exposed. The Reverend touches his savior and begs once again to hurry and get him out of there before the Wild One returns. With a peaceful but false expression, the MC tells him not to worry. The protagonist says he will free him, and then something unexpected happens. Suddenly a sword pierces the Reverend's heart, stabbing through his chest and sending him to the heavens. The hero finishes his sentence, removing his mask, revealing his identity, and saying that you will free him forever. Seeing the priest's fallen body, The chosen one says that in every repetition, he always says the same things. Even though the events are random, the lady even, knowing that her husband played around with other women outside their home, had asked the hero to help him. At first he thought that being a wife was just a trait that could be removed from Xenia. But after many repetitions, the protagonist realized something. He realized that the woman is very kind and will always forgive, no matter what happens, never changing the lock, always waiting for her husband to return. Throwing a sack of copper coins onto the fallen man's chest, the hero says that his friend does not deserve a man like him, putting his mask back on once again and turning to leave. He states that while the Wild One valued him at 10 cobras, to others he was worth nothing. Turning and walking away, the MC says that if this is his final reincarnation, he must prevent the tragedy that is about to unfold. Taking a great leap of faith, he jumps out of the house into the dark night. He adds that he will start by getting rid of the priest, the man who initiated all the tragedies. We see the warrior dressed in village clothes sitting on a log, very sad and deep in thought. Her ally arrives, saying that he has returned, finally removing his mask. As he approaches his friend, very worried and with tears in her eyes, the girl asks if her husband is not coming back, with a serious and disappointed expression. The village hero simply shakes his head and remains silent, not saying a word. That alone is enough to make his friend cry profusely, tears streaming down her face. The blonde approaches his ally, who is crying heavily with a look of pity. He kneels in front of her and places his hand on the girl's head as she buries her face sobbing, placing his hand gently on her head. He tries to ease the situation a little. That same night, at the same time, extremely loud noises can be heard coming from inside a cave. Inside the cave, we see the purple-haired girl extremely irritated, complaining that someone made her wait. Then the girl notices a spider behind her and says that, for what she heard, this spider dared to call itself a queen. This makes the small monster incredibly embarrassed, her eyes filled with tears. 3 days after the game's launch, the hero woke up in Sinya's house. While the thief had already gone through the game multiple times, we see someone inside a well, throwing various valuable items that have been hidden inside it. A very beautiful woman's hand emerges, climbing out of the well once again. Finally, we see that it is a Priya coming out of the well full of items. Now at level 8, she's unlocked several abilities and is affiliated with the Black Brotherhood. Wiping the sweat from her face, she states that what her boss said is true. All the assassins fled, leaving hidden items behind. Previously, the village hero was calmly walking through the starting village. At night, suddenly, the pink-haired girl appears, greeting her boss and adding that she is here to claim her reward. After the mission they completed together. Dodging the topic, the blonde says that this starting village is one of the branches of the Black Brotherhood. Apolli responds that she already knows, and that she joined them when she accidentally fell into a well and met her mentor. The MC says that in the future, this village will no longer be able to give jobs to assassins. With a funny expression, she asks how people will be able to exchange jobs, since that will no longer be possible. The MC says that other villages will still be able to make these exchanges, and the reason for this is that one of the leaders wants to remove the branch from the city. Curious, the woman asks what she should do when the Brotherhood's branch is eradicated. In the starting city, some plan in mind. The hero says that for that, he will need to recover the assassin's hidden treasures. Returning to the present, the menu interface appears, asking if she wants to place all the acquired items into her inventory, loaded with items from the former assassins. The thief is very happy with all the property they left behind. Further ahead, she sees her boss talking to the village leader. She shouts while approaching, asking what her friend is doing there. He promptly responds that he is turning in quests and asks her not to come closer, saying it is better to stay away. Pausing for a few seconds at his words, she becomes confused and asks why she needs to stop and not approach. She freezes in place, speechless, as something strange is happening before her eyes. A bug starts affecting the village chief, as he is handing out multiple quests simultaneously, causing an error in the code finally. The chief explains that he will use all the accumulated experience to level up to level 14, which makes the girl run away at full speed from the area. However, the girl is not fast enough, and the XP explosion is so massive that it sent her flying far away. The explosion is so intense that it launches the pink-haired girl out of the city, leaning against the wooden log, very exhausted from the damage taken. The girl comments that it is very dangerous to be near the blonde. She opens the news interface, worried that her boss might have been noticed by others. The menu interface displays the day's most popular discussions, including the appearance of a level 14 boss on the third day of the game. A screenshot is then shown of the moment when the protagonist leveled up, being labeled as a boss. Something in the interface catches April's attention, surprising her as she looks at the news. Among all the reports, the one that stands out the most is a summary from the game's developer, mentioning an unusual boss that appeared. There were several bosses listed, but what truly caught the girl's attention was the Spider Queen, completely infatuated. The thief says that she needs to find this Spider Queen, trying to disguise her interest with vague excuses, using a ball of light. The girl enters the cave where she had previously been with her team, wanting to find the spider. She remembers that the last time she entered, she did not expect there to be such an interesting boss. With a mischievous grin, she recalls the joy she felt when she was captured by the tentacles of the octopus monster and gets excited, running deeper in search of the giant spider. Someone notices her presence, but remains silent, hidden behind the rocks amidst giant eggs. The girl comments that, according to the forums, this monster is afraid of large explosions. She opens her inventory and pulls out an explosive she found in one of the treasure chests, earlier grabbing a cute little bomb with a smile from her inventory. She says she will use it and lights the fuse. She throws the bomb with all her strength into the cave, trying to lure out the giant spider. However, before the bomb explodes, a spider web catches it midair. Something surprising happens, making the small thief worried and sweat nervously. The spider's web is strong enough to send the bomb flying back, directly into the pink-haired girl's face, making her scream in fear. The explosion is so powerful that it sends the girl soaring through the air, throwing her even deeper into the cave. The boss remembers his subordinate and starts running toward her, shouting and asking if she's okay. Getting closer to her last known location, the hero asks where Aprilia is, trying to find her as quickly as possible. Upon reaching her location, the girl is exhausted and worn out from her games with the Dark Queen, which does not surprise the MC much, trying to hold back his laughter. The village hero says he has never seen a title like that before, and asks if the girl is okay. The thief, very tired from all the play, says she's fine and just needs some time to rest a little. She asks the boss to open a private chat. Then in their conversation, the girl asks how he discovered an NPC like that. He replies that he did do stick from stories. When the hero explains that her title might provide benefits, the girl celebrates, calling him an MC, and asks if she is not just someone who fell into a trap inside a cave. The hero agrees, saying that is true, but he does not think it will be a major problem in the future. Still very excited, the girl begins to say, if you can't fight, run. If you're defeated, try again, and most importantly, stay optimistic. Then the thief starts running out of the cave, saying she's heading back to the starting city, making the hero reflect that this is expected of a player. Finally, leaving the cave, the main character climbs onto a rock and says he must stay vigilant, watching the road on the way. We can see the hero and Evelyn using a mystical power to enter the ground so that the sun does not affect her. With some plan in mind, the blonde says that there is something interesting ahead and asks if his ally wants to take a look, getting even closer to the interesting point. The MC says there are men and horses being attacked, possibly by some kind of monster. Curious, the purple-haired girl asks how her boss knows all this. He replies that how he knows is not important, then asks her to follow him. Once again, the girl uses her ability to become a shadow and merge into the ground to get closer to the point of interest. Even closer, they can see a horse that has passed on, with a lot of red liquid around its face and its tongue sticking out. At the location of interest, a seemingly powerful griffin can be seen, while some soldiers hide behind a fallen carriage. Then a nobleman with a mustache and red hair starts calling for help from anyone who appears. The noble begins shouting at his soldiers, calling them weak and ordering them to defeat the beast. Without hesitation, the griffin starts flying toward the soldiers, preparing an attack. One soldier, paralyzed with fear, holds his sword defensively but does not react at all. The beast, showing no mercy, swoops down and slashes the man, sending him to the heavens instantly. Another soldier, with a bandage on his face, is terrified and screams at the beast. However, this is of no use. The creature does not listen and charges, attacking and defeating the man. All that can be seen is the young man's defeated body, lying on the carriage while the noble is shocked by the scene. Then an old man complains to the red-haired noble, saying that he was deceived. The noble promptly responds that this is not his fault, but rather the soldiers. The white-haired man, irritated, repeats that this is the redhead's fault. He hired cheap soldiers. The griffin ascends, preparing a powerful attack against two soldiers, who begin strategizing on how to fight it. From a distance, the MC and his ally watch the entire battle and wonder if they should help, concluding that this world needs a hero. While the adventurer hides behind a bush, the elf asks why he does not go in directly. He responds that now is not the right time. Then, he says that he must wait until the people are completely desperate. Otherwise, you will not be able to obtain the weapon as a free reward. The purple-haired girl is impressed by her boss's knowledge and says she understands the strategy. This is indicated by the menu interface, which shows that the relationship with the fallen princess has increased by another point. While observing the ongoing battle, the purple-haired girl asks if the hero will be able to save everyone, since the soldiers are very weak. I'm talking about the noble. His name is Felix Buddy, and he is the leader of the Morning Light Trading Company. The other man is called Randall, and he is the owner of the Remy Weapons Factory. Both of these individuals have 1/4 elf blood in their lineage. Bored, the purple-haired girl merges into the tree and tells her friend to go alone. He responds that he wasn't expecting any help anyway. Adding to that, he says that fighting the griffin will grant him a lot of experience and some achievements in the system. Sweet and cold, the red-haired noble hides behind the carriage, hoping not to be found. However, all of this is in vain as the griffin, using its instincts, locates the man and prepares to bite his head off. Luckily for the noble, the chosen one appears at that very moment, delivering an attack against the griffin's head with all his strength. However, the sword was too weak and a single strike was enough for it to break. The blow shattered the sword, but was still strong enough to push the griffin back for a few seconds, roaring in pain. Then, with a broken sword in hand, the village hero says that both of them have problems that he can solve holding a powerful sword. The old man and the noble take a few seconds to think. Both kneel, thanking the warrior for his help, while Randall says that he can provide him with a new weapon on behalf of his weapons factory. Then the noble steps forward, stating that he has 1/4 of elven blood, and inviting the hero to join his company. Interrupting the redhead, the old man says that this new sword is for their savior. Finally receiving the sword, it grants several benefits, including double damage and a boost to agility and strength. The sword is very powerful at level 14 and has a special ability that releases ice. Matching the MC's outfit, both men are very impressed, saying that the sword is perfect for the half-elf lord. While the red-haired noble asks how he should be addressed, the hero responds with his name and says that the distance to the city of Ashton is not very long, so he should accompany them. Plotting a plan, the blonde thinks that these two won't disappoint him, but he wants more than just a mere sword, trying to negotiate a better deal. The hero says that this sword would be even better if it were magical, as that would make fighting the griffin much easier. Looking back with a mischievous grin, he waits for the two men's response. The two approach and ask if with a magical weapon he could defeat the beast. The hero responds that he could, very pleased with his new ally. The merchant shouts to the soldiers that the contract is over and that he won't be paying another cent. Then he approaches his savior and says to accompany him, as his family possesses some powerful magical weapons. In the background, the soldiers who lost their contract become enraged, shouting that they cannot be dismissed just like that. Then a pink-haired girl wielding a shell hammer appears, saying that the man cannot cancel a contract without paying the full price and covering the wounded soldiers. This girl is unknown to the protagonist, who becomes confused about who she is. Shouting angrily, the green-haired girl says that the one who signed the contract cannot decide things unilaterally, observing the entire scene. The protagonist is very surprised because in all his cycles, he has never seen this girl before. The old man then steps forward and makes a gesture, telling the girl to mind her behavior in front of her employer, supporting his friend. The noble also states that he paid 3 times the cost and concludes that none of them were defeated. Holding back tears, the mercenary asks why these men are so cruel. Then she screams, asking what is wrong with these mercenaries, as a blue energy appears behind her. The blue energy engulfs the girl's body, as she says that even if she ascends to the heavens, due to poverty, she will never have contact with these people. The MC starts to reflect on whether she is a player, as leaving the starting village took too long, and he was the only one able to do so. Then he remembers that if the spawn point is near Nahai, it is possible to level up quickly enough to leave the village, concluding that if a player obtained the pass this quickly, it is likely related to that. He decides to help her, turning to the redhead. The adventurer says that the man must honor the contract, as a true businessman would. Then walking away from the noble, the MC says he will talk to the mercenaries, as there must be another way to defeat the griffin. Watching his savior walk away, the noble states that the griffin has been troubling them for a long time and asks him to defeat it from within the protagonist's clothing. The elf merges into a shadow and sarcastically remarks that he is already flirting with boys. Once again, he responds by asking if she is jealous, which makes her quite irritated. Approaching, the green-haired girl is visibly angry, while other soldiers hold her back, breaking free from the soldier's grasp. The mercenary says that if anything happens, she will handle it personally. Then as she turns around, she bumps into the adventurer, embarrassed by what just happened. The girl steps back protectively and asks what the man is doing, getting close to her face. The hero says that he's also a player and can provide benefits. She just needs to follow him. Then he grabs her by the arm. As he pulls her, she wonders what he means. While the mercenaries watch the scene in confusion, the girl asks if he really is a player, since she hasn't seen one in the past 5 days, and questions whether he wants to steal her quest. Answering the woman's question, the blonde says it's just a misunderstanding, and asks how she managed to leave the village so quickly. The girl's name is Emmaville, and her starting location was indeed in Nahai. Her first mission was a beach rescue, a beginner's quest. Then the girl says that after completing her first mission, she left the starting village, which leaves the MC completely stunned, wondering how the girl is also confused about how this happened, explaining that after she finished the mission, the system indicated that she could leave the village and granted her a title. Her title is Fallen Angel, a title that reflects her reputation in the village. Very surprised, the MC asks if this happened because she healed all the wounded at sea. The girl responds that her job is simply to heal everyone. Reflecting on this, the protagonist concludes that she not only healed the NPCs from a mission, but all the injured people along the entire coast. A bit nervous, he looks at the girl and asks what level she is and what skills she is counting on her fingers. The girl says she is level 5 and has learned how to cook, heal, sew, cut, and write rooms. Completely shocked and speechless, the MC asks if she only unlocked additional life skills. The girl responds that yes, because she's not good at fighting. He falls to his knees, overwhelmed by the sheer waste, as he has never seen anyone unlock only life and support skills with no combat abilities. Curious, the girl asks if the man still plans to help her get her contract reward, complaining that the men are very stingy. With a plan in mind, the MC says he will help her, while thinking that her rune writing skill will be very useful for defeating the griffin. Watching the griffin fly, the MC says that both contractors will only fully pay the commissions if the griffin is defeated. Very worried, Emmaville says that the griffin is level 25, and even he won't be able to defeat it. He responds that he hasn't chosen his class yet. That statement makes the girl lose all interest in the man's help, finding it strange that he still has no class. As he watches the girl with the shell hammer walk away, he shouts for her to listen to him first. Then he shows his powerful ice sword, which has an effect that doubles his physical damage. With this weapon, defeating the griffin shouldn't be a problem, however. None of this impresses the girl, who continues walking away, ignoring him completely, but as a final argument. The swordsman asks if she is skilled in engraving runes onto weapons. Then he concludes by showing his sword, and stating that if she inscribes a rune on it, it can easily defeat the griffin, observing the man's confidence. The girl says she believes in him and asks what she should do. Then the protagonist pulls out a piece of paper and asks if she has heard of ice runes. She responds that she just learned about the skill, so she doesn't know much about it yet, handing her the paper of. The main character explains that this is a type of additional rune. Under normal conditions, ice runes serve as support magic providing fire resistance, but if improperly controlled, they can freeze equipment. The girl becomes very nervous about attempting to engrave dangerous runes onto a weapon, as she has never done it before. Not backing down, the MC says that high risks bring high rewards, and if she succeeds, it will defeat the griffin. Then the hero explains that the griffin's strength lies in its speed and defense. They manage to break its defense. They'll be able to defeat it. Looking directly into the girl's eyes, he asks what she thinks. The two stare at each other for a few seconds, while the girl decides whether to accept the idea or not. Then suddenly the woman extends her hand, greatly piquing the man's curiosity, as he doesn't understand what she means complimenting. The girl asks for the sword, so she can finally start the engraving. And when the girl turns to do what she must, the MC starts to reflect that she doesn't have a bad appearance. With her large shell hammer, the girl begins the work of engraving ice runes on the sword. The process takes some time and requires many hammer strikes on the sword to succeed. Feeling very happy, a hero says that the girl will succeed in enchanting the weapon in no time, wiping the sweat from her face. The green-haired girl says she has to enchant quickly, but she won't be able to guarantee the quality, except through direct combat tests. This doesn't bother the protagonist, who is happy to have an enchanted weapon soon, and if one strike isn't enough, he can just deliver a few more. Curious, the girl asks how he managed to track the great griffin without giving a clear answer. The MC says that she will be surprised later, then devising some elaborate plan. The two adventurers begin approaching the wagon, carrying the two businessmen. The merchants become very excited, asking if their savior has found a way to defeat the griffin. With the plan in mind, the blonde man says he wants the two nobles to hide while he faces the monster alone. This shocks the red-haired one, who asks if he is serious, while the swordsman walks toward the wagon, approaching some treasure chests. The hero asks if he can borrow some items from the carriage. Without waiting for an answer, the hero kneels and starts picking up items, while the noble asks him to wait a moment. After searching for a few minutes, the chosen one finds a large, bright purple stone. The purple stone is the heart of a superior mermaid, one of the unique races in the region, and it has the power to attract large monsters, especially griffins. This gravely shocks the noble, who wonders how their savior knew about such a precious stone. This irritates the old man, who says that the routes are normally safe, and suddenly they became a target for a beast because of the stone. While the two merchants argue, Amo comments that it is strange for the contractor to be carrying such a rare object. Some time passes, and then it is possible to see all the people hiding behind the bushes while watching the adventurer, waiting for the griffin. Then looking up, the MC starts cursing at the bird, telling it to come closer, pointing the purple stone at the sky. The hero yells, asking if this isn't what the beast wants. The griffin becomes completely uncontrollable due to the stone's influence and begins charging toward the adventurer. Then the protagonist starts preparing a throw, while telling the bird to fetch the stone. Using all his strength, he hurls the superior mermaid's heart into the sky. This causes the griffin to fly wildly toward the stone, trying to grab it without thinking. With everything going according to plan, the hero draws his sword from his inventory and starts advancing, leaping from the ground toward the sky. The swordsman begins preparing his powerful attack. However, the griffin manages to reach the purple stone in the air without much effort suddenly. Something surprises the griffin as the mermaid's heart starts splitting in half for no apparent reason. The stone shattered because of the chosen one's powerful attack, which froze the great boss's head while still in the air. And the blonde man reflects that if he struck correctly and applied the right amount of force, he might defeat the griffin in a single attack. However, something surprises him greatly, making him look back in shock at what is happening. He realizes that the entire neck of the griffin is frozen. Then he begins to wonder if this was really supposed to happen. Finally, the griffin crashes into the ground. The full impact shattering the earth on the protagonist lands lightly, looking at his powerful sword. The adventurer wonders if the griffin's freezing was caused by the effect of the runes. Then he looks back toward the green-haired girl and begins reflecting on her. And from behind the bushes, a movable watches the entire fight and is amazed by the man's strength, observing the completely frozen griffin. The hero starts to wonder if the girl is also a beta tester like him. Menu interface then shows that the hero has obtained 2 lion paws, 20 lion feathers, and 12 pieces of meat. Another interface shows that the hero has gained 10,000 XP, leveling up to level 17, accepting a level up. The hero advances to level 17. Radiating a lot of energy in the area. Approaching her boss, the girl asks how he came up with that strategy, and he responds that it was just luck and a lot of observation. The merchants run toward the man, while the old one adds that if he visits a shop, he will get a special sword. Then, the two begin arguing over who will get to talk to the blonde first, without reaching any conclusion. Hurrying the merchants, the adventurer tells them to get going, aiming to reach the city of Ashton before nightfall. Some time passes, and a carriage can be seen being pulled by a man. Then the wagon carrying the nobles is pulled by the hired mercenaries, while the protagonist and his assistant walk alongside talking. The girl, feeling very embarrassed, is that she wants to personally thank the blonde man for his help. This makes the hero ask if she is a child, making the girl even more embarrassed as she says that's not what she meant. Then she approaches with her face red from embarrassment and asks if the man wants to have milk tea outside the game. This surprises the MC as he would accept the invitation, but he doesn't know how to leave the game yet. Trying to cover it up, the hero says it's not necessary and that what he did was a small thing. Then asks what the girl plans to do when she reaches the city. She quickly responds that she will look for a friend who was lost a long time ago. Unexpectedly, a menu interface appears above the green-haired girl's head as she says that time is running out, waving goodbye in a sweet manner. A mobile says she will meet him in the city, while the blue energy envelopes her body, seeing the girl log out of the game. The chosen one is completely surprised, as he has never seen offline players up close, and wonders if NPCs can also see them. So with the goal of testing his hypothesis, the blonde man taps his coat, trying to call the purple-haired girl. He says that the girl disappeared, pointing to where she was, which surprises the princess, who asks what he is talking about. She asked if her friend has gone crazy, saying that the girl left with another mercenary a short while ago, confirming the hypothesis that NPCs don't notice when players go offline. This greatly irritates the MC, as he realizes that the system will always come up with an excuse to justify a player's disappearance. Hours pass, and they arrive at the majestic city of Ashton, one of humanity's most important locations. In the early stages, however, the matter of this mission is sad because once it is completed, the city will be destroyed by sea monsters. Due to the Archbishop's desire to become a god, he will throw himself into the sea to become a sea monster and then destroy the city. The Archbishop's offering will be the pure and powerful Nun Milu, and the vessel for the sea monsters will be his own son Luke. Reflecting, the hero remembers that during the closed beta, no matter what he did, the nun and the son always died, and he wants to change that this time. Approaching the MC, the merchant asks if the man wants to go to the Chamber of Commerce, which irritates the hero, continuing his proposal. The noble says there will be a discount at the chamber, and asks if the blonde wants to sell the griffin's body. Reflecting, the protagonist realizes he would suffer a 20% loss if he sold it to the merchant. The old man then grabs the merchant by his clothes and says that now it's his turn to negotiate with Siya in a simpler and gentler manner. A white-haired man approaches, handing a business card to the hero. Observing the city, the MC thinks that it is crowded with people, but its fate will be tragic. Finally stepping out of the shadows, Evelyn asks when they will be able to steal a key for her ally. Protagonist responds that they shouldn't rush, as there are more important things to do first, with a mischievous smile on his face. The blonde says that for now his priority is making money. The hero's priority irritates the purple-haired girl, who asks if he's joking with her. Without answering, the man keeps walking into the city with a relaxed expression. Very irritated, the princess grabs her ally by the collar, asking if he really wants to give all his treasure to that nun. Unfazed and still relaxed, the half-elf responds that taking the key now would be too suspicious. Still irritated, the dark elf says she's starting to doubt whether her friend really wants to help her get the key, try to turn the situation around. The blonde says that the girl could run away immediately after getting the key, but that would be foolish. Very irritated, the girl says that old and new habits are not the same, as she prepares her claws to attack her ally. To calm her down, the MC tells her not to worry because he already has a plan in mind. First step of the plan to obtain the key is to first gain the nun's trust. He explains that no matter how naive the girl may be, she has a detection magic that immediately notifies her if someone tries to steal from her. That's why he gave the treasure to the girl. If he hadn't acted trustworthily from the start, he probably would have already been defeated. Still irritated, the girl complains that with that kind of magic, all of this will be a waste and that the plan seems very difficult. The hero affirms that Milu is naturally one of the best shepherds, and if their relationship is good, she may choose to ignore the magic. The plan to build a good relationship with the girl involves finding her lost brother, which would help establish bonds. Calmer, but still curious, the purple-haired girl asks what role money plays in all of this. The hero responds that the best way to find a missing person is by using the black market, and only those with a lot of money can do business there. Not understanding, the purple-haired girl asks if it wouldn't be easier to use force. Ironically, the hero says that using violence in the Ashton Church is a great idea, pulling out a large whip. The fallen princess asks if the hero isn't someone who gets mistreated easily. From inside a house, the protagonist shouts, affirming that the girl is wrong. On the 10th day of the game, the average player level is 9, while the protagonist says that making money is an easy task. Adding to this idea, the adventurer says that he asked Felix about the black market, and that buying and selling items there will be useful for the future. Hearing all of this, the purple-haired girl starts to reflect on whether this is a good plan or not. Suddenly, a menu interface shows that Evelyn's affinity level with the hero has increased by 10 points. After helping the noble defeat the griffin, the hero received the freedom to buy whatever items he wanted at the city's Chamber of Commerce. Taking his friend to visit all the shops in the city, he lets her choose any item she wants, which makes her very happy. After buying many items, the two adventurers put the entire bill directly on the red-haired merchant, if they have a merchant's free license. All the fees and everything they spend will be paid by the noble. Night falls, and the two adventurers are inside a house, planning their next step, taking off his clothes to sleep. The MC says that the next step is to talk to Felix, which currently with a woman in the black market. Then something causes the protagonist to freeze as he looks toward his ally. Completely unresponsive, startled, he asks what the girl is doing, when he sees her starting to take off her black pants. Curious, the girl asks if her friend doesn't take off his clothes to sleep. He responds by opening the menu interface and saying that he will continue business. That night, the two were seen jumping from rooftop to rooftop in the city, under the cover of darkness. Inside a large mansion, someone comments that the Chamber of Commerce sent them several bills today and asks if there is a gift prepared, with a woman by his side. The red-haired man asks if that isn't enough to please her, and says that having the hero as an ally is the most important thing at the moment. The woman that interrupts the man's words, showing the bill, which has already reached 6 digits, shocking him after reflecting. The man gets excited again, saying that this is an investment that will bring great profit. Later, a noise from the ceiling makes small rocks fall onto the couple's heads. A shower of pebbles disturbs them, and the red-haired man asks, "What is happening outside?" Then the hero and his ally can be seen on the roof and below them. Two holes are releasing smoke. Lying on the roof, the purple-haired girl asks if the man feels like heading to the heavens. He responds that he is still full of adrenaline and his body is hot. Looking back, the protagonist realizes that a problem has arisen at a critical moment and wonders who is responsible for it, taking a big leap from the roof. The blonde asks what the girl knows how to do. Many explosions happen all over the city, destroying several houses in the process. One of the explosions hits the protagonist, launching him off the roof of a house with full force. However, he manages to land on the ground and asks his ally, "What is really happening then?" He opens the message interface and sees that he has 99 unread messages from one of his subordinates. The messages show concern for their boss, asking what is happening, and sending an action plan to loot the entire city. The plan is to spread red flags across the map because they want to combine the Middle Ages and magic to create a formidable cannon. This leaves the blonde man confused about what is happening. Terrified, he tries to understand what kind of cannons and weapons these are. A new explosion occurs, surprising the protagonist who looks ahead. Fearing what is coming, a rain of cannonballs rises over the city, illuminating the skies while the protagonist watches outside the city. Other players talk among themselves, saying that the city will be theirs, and shouting for everyone not to give up. One of the explosions hits the MC, launching him far away, while he thinks that players should prefer farming instead of invading cities. Explosion sends the blonde man flying far away, making him land on a rooftop, causing damage on top of the roof. The elf admires the actions of these people and asks why her friend doesn't stop this and take the opportunity to get his treasure back, sitting on the roof. The swordsman asks if the girl doesn't need the key to find her lover, to which she doesn't respond. Deep in thought, seeing the tanks approaching, the protagonist thinks that if players like breaking the rules, they will likely ruin the plans made so far. Speaking to his friend, the Chosen One says that these people will invade the market later, and that they need to stop them all. Although the city has many paladins and Milu, the Archon must approve any action, and this would affect his position in the city. Then the hero adds that there are many bandits, and level 30 soldiers won't be able to stop the explosives. Jumping across rooftops, the MC reflects that Evelyn won't be able to defeat the players in her current state and needs to find a way to overcome this by discovering how to enter the church. All the city's defense soldiers have already been defeated, leaving the city vulnerable. Watching the tanks get even closer, the hero states that the Count won't allow the church to interfere in anything beyond dealing with monsters. Then he asks his powerful friend if she can destroy the cannons. She responds that she would destroy them all if she hadn't been weakened due to the contract. So the hero begins to explain his plan to enter the battlefield and stop the bandits, trapping them for a short period. The purple-haired girl responds that it's not that difficult and that she can do it quickly, telling his friend not to worry. The hero assures her that he will help her later, entering the ground with her shadow magic. The elf says that if he is lying, she will be defeated inside the City King's palace. Someone begs him to order the soldiers to protect the city, pleading. The bald man says he is the paladin who protects the 7 sacred spirits, and that he cannot just stand by and watch. Irritated, the Archon says that the man's duty is only to defeat demons, and orders him not to try to be the city's hero. Extremely irritated, the noble states that as the sole ruler of the city, he won't let the church interfere in its defense. Angry, the man orders his soldiers to throw the paladin out, and he begins to be carried out of the room, ignoring the cries for help. The Archon calmly turns away as if nothing is happening. Inside the city church, the night seems peaceful, as if they haven't been greatly affected. Paladins can be seen begging the shepherdess to defend the city, as their families and friends live there, and they cannot bear to see it destroyed. The girl responds that she cannot interfere in anything without the City King's permission. Frustrated, the bald man says that The ruler does not deserve to be Archon of Ashton and pleads for someone to take charge of the city's defense. The blonde refuses the request, saying that the orders come directly from the Holy Church and cannot be violated. Extremely frustrated, the man begins to remove his armor and says that in that case, he would rather stop being a paladin. The girl strikes her scepter on the ground, causing a massive wind explosion in the room, throwing everyone away with tears in her eyes. She states that she is not happy seeing thieves enter the city, but she cannot do anything about it. Then suddenly someone shouts from outside the church, catching the nun's attention. The person is in fact the story's protagonist, who says that many dark elves are attacking people outside the city. A few minutes earlier, the protagonist could be seen walking toward a certain location. He says that in the end, he will find a way to make the church take action and cannot let these people spread their influence. In front of the church, he reflects that since these players want to test the intelligence of NPCs, he will make them feel the intelligence of an eye. Returning to the present, the blonde girl looks surprised as her friend has finally arrived in the city. He then continues, saying that many dark elves are attacking people in the city and that those people need Milo's help. The girl is shocked by what she just heard. While her friend Milo is in front of her clasping his hands together, he begs the woman to go with him to the city gates to help investigate what is happening. Approaching the blonde man, the girl says that dark elves are shadowy creatures that must be fought by the church. Beginning to take action, then something suddenly pulls the main character very quickly. Startling him, the one who pulled the protagonist was the nun, who has the power to fly, leaving him very scared as he sees the entire city from above. From the paladin's perspective inside the church, they can see that the cannonballs are already approaching, worrying them. The cannons continue to advance into the city while the princess, using her shadow powers, watches them from behind. Taking her powerful dagger from the inventory, the woman begins preparing an attack against the opponents, then attacking one by one. She easily defeats them all with her incredibly fast purple energy in a single strike. Holding her dagger, the woman then looks at all the destruction she caused and feels proud. The enemies notice their foe and order an attack, making the girl reflect that although their level is not high, their reaction speed is fast. Then with all her speed, purple-haired girl jumps into the air, making the player wonder where she is going. Trying to hit her, the novice uses his fire staff, but before he can strike, the girl enters the ground. Back to the protagonist. And the nun can be seen stopping on top of tower, trying to see what is happening outside the city. Upon stopping on top of the tower, the blonde girl releases her friend and says they have arrived at their destination. Turning to see his companion, he is completely collapsed on the ground, nauseous from the flight, and benevolently, the girl casts a green-colored, divine healing spell toward the man to ease his nausea. However, the boy starts swelling up a lot like a balloon, while the blonde apologizes, saying she was worried and rushed, saying that it's no problem. The half-elf states that her healing ability is very good, and that there are more important things to worry about at the moment than pointing at the players outside the city. The man states that there's a dark elf in that direction, while the purple-haired girl is fighting the soldiers. A nun asks if she wasn't the girl who repented and if she is a traitor. Hero then states that she did not betray them. Rather, he had asked the purple-haired girl to attack and defeat the bandits. Invading the city, this makes the blonde curious, asking why he didn't report it, leaving the protagonist flustered as he tries to come up with a lie, forming a massive fireball similar to a Genki Dama. The girl states that the purple-haired one has already revealed her evil nature. The MC asks her to wait, arguing that his ally is defeating evil people, since the church can only attack dark elves. The hero explains that he asked her to clear out the bandits. This makes the shepherds pause for a few seconds, reflecting on what she just heard. Finally, the hero manages to relax for a few seconds, as he has convinced the nun. Then the adventurer explains that the council does not allow the blonde to attack without orders, so he tricked her so she could help in the fight. Adding to this, the boy says that the shepherdess can attack the dark elf, but should aim a little behind, helping to clear the city of bandits. This makes the girl a little worried, asking if everything will be okay. Calming his ally, he tells her to trust him and assures her that there will be no problem. Then, Many enemy soldiers can be seen searching for the purple-haired girl, asking where she ran off to. The girl was hiding behind one of the cannons. While all the thieves try to find her, she starts getting irritated because her ally said he would help her, but he has yet to appear on the battlefield. Using the contract ability to send a message to his partners, the hero tells the girl that she doesn't need his help because she's wasting time insulting. Then the hero alerts his friend about something behind her, catching her full attention. A great rain of fireballs in the skies begins to illuminate the entire city, surprising the elf. She becomes completely terrified upon seeing the fireballs, stopping for a few seconds. Unable to react, the fireballs then hit all the cannons, and enemy soldiers watching them far away. The remaining bandits start running and scattering around the cannons, but there are too many fireballs and they end up hitting them, launching them all into the sky. The sorceress manages to escape the fireballs, since she was warned earlier by her friend, and then she starts running at full speed, looking back in the direction of the fireballs. The girl begins to sweat coldly out of fear. Then an explosion hits the ground, setting everything on fire, while the girl curses her ally. The skies continue to be illuminated by the fire, while the entire ground is destroyed by the impacts, and explosions of shadow emerging from all the smoke can be seen walking amidst all the smoke. The fallen princess is walking, very injured due to the explosion that hit her. Then the players can be heard saying to go offline, because the mage who attacked them is at least level 50, and the invasion has failed. Before logging out, they spot the assassin who attacked them, and blame her for the failure of saying they need to get rid of her. Coincidentally, the girl is also angry and begins activating her purple magic, preparing an attack against her opponents. Before she could do anything, her ally tells her to remove the opponents from Milo's field of vision before defeating them. The girl gets quite irritated by her friend's remark and says she will defeat them first, scaring all the rookies using the key argument. The hero manages to persuade the girl to lure the rookies away. Watching all this from the top of the tower, Shepherdess says she cannot let the dark elf escape like this. Desperate, the adventurer pulls the girl back and says it is enough before she activates her magic against the dark elf. Curious, she asks if it is enough, as she has not yet defeated the assassin. Very clever. The blonde man says that their objectives have already been achieved, which was to drive the bandits and the elf out of the city. He adds, convincing the girl that the crisis in the city has already been resolved, and that this was the best outcome they could have hoped for. Very grateful, the girl says. She is thankful for having her colleagues help throughout this mission, and states that he's a good man. The menu interface shows that the relationship with the shepherdess has increased by 200 points. While the two are talking, a great blue energy appears, and someone from inside it says, "Go my foot." The person speaking is an archon of the city, who asks what the nun is doing there, and states that her actions have exceeded her authority. Irritated, the city's king asks if the girl wanted to be a hero. Leaving her embarrassed, he then asks in a malicious tone if the Church of the Sacred Spirit wants to control the city of Ashen. Afraid, Milu promptly responds that she was only there to defeat the dark elf, not believing the girl. The ruler asks where this dark creature they were talking about is, to help his friend. The hero says that the girl scared the dark creatures away. The swordsman and the archon stare at each other for a few seconds. Without saying anything, the hero adds that if the man is concerned with the city's defense force and sees her solving the problems, you should say thank you. Irritated, the man asks why this half-elf is in his fortress and orders him to be taken away, as he is being presumptuous by teaching him about ethics. The nun raises her scepter toward the soldiers, asking them to wait and stop threatening to cast a spell. The blonde says they cannot take him away, as he is an eyewitness to the discovery of the monsters. The girl and the archon stare at each other, thinking about what to do, which makes the man quite irritated with the disobedience. With a malevolent smile on his face, the ruler states that the Church of the Sacred Spirit needs some adjustments. Pointing at the girl, he declares that you will report this to the Royal Majesty and the Pope, saying he doubts she will become a priest. After this, he steps into the blue energy portal and vanishes, leaving the two adventurers alone. The girl becomes very sad and worried about the whole situation, as she may now lose her position immediately. The MC says he will help her because as a man, it is his job to solve problems, and he asks if she is worried. The girl says she is not worried about her position, but rather because she is thinking about her brother, wondering if he is in danger. Her colleague asks where her brother is, and the girl responds that she doesn't know, wanting to help his friend. The protagonist says he can help her find him, and asks for more information. If possible, the shepherdess said, is that they both grew up together in the city's orphanage, until one day she was chosen to be the shepherdess of the Church of the Seven Spirits. So she left for a while, leaving her brother alone. After becoming a nun, she wanted to take him to the capital, but when she returned to the orphanage, the owner of the place said that the boy had suddenly disappeared. The girl was very sad about her brother's disappearance. Sitting on the swing, she adds to the story, saying that she insisted on staying in the city, only to find her lost brother. Crying a lot, she says she would do anything to find him, while clutching her scepter, reassuring his friend. The MC says she can rest easy because he will do his best to find him. The girl approaches her friend, thanking him greatly for all the help. The menu interface shows that the relationship with Milu has increased by 400 points. Other system information shows that the hero has unlocked a secret mission. To find Luke. Luke is a hidden son of the Pope, an important tool to make him ascend to godhood. If the hero wants to save the city, he must first find the brother and use the treasure to seal the monster and the boy, so they do not attack the city. Fortunately, the events of the players did not have a major impact on the progress of the missions, which is something worth celebrating. It is then possible to see the merchant's grand mansion, completely destroyed by the impact of the cannons. The chubby man is hiding behind a chair, while begging not to be defeated, with his hand on his head, crying profusely. The man pleads not to go to heaven and asks for someone to save him. From behind the man, the savior arrives, greeting him with a hi, greatly scaring the redhead. The scare is so great that it causes the merchant to fall backward, raising a large cloud of smoke while he cries, calming the situation. The hero says that he is the savior who defeated the griffin. Upon finally regaining consciousness, the man realizes that it really is the half-elf who saved him earlier. Giving him a tight hug, the nobleman thanks him and says that this must be the work of the god of fortune, who guided him to be saved. Once again, taking advantage of the NPC's fearful state, the protagonist asks if they are good friends, and the nobleman responds that yes, they're the best of friends. Very cleverly, the blonde man proposes a deal between the two. Then he grabs the man's sleeve, startling him a little with a sudden action. Suddenly he rips the redhead's entire shirt, revealing his hairy chest, while a cord with a coin jumps into the air. The night in the city of Ashton is very starry. We can see the main character walking through the empty city, while a little mouse is eating cheese in the background. He then begins to enter a dark alley filled with wooden bottles. Then it is possible to sense someone approaching from behind, with great speed and precision. A dagger is placed against the adventurer's back, giving him no time to react or defend himself with a knife at his neck. The blonde man asks how the person is doing. Quite a bit of red broth in her mouth. Evelyn asks if her ally has any last words. Reassuring the girl, he says that he was executing a plan and now has a sufficient level of friendship with a nun, only needing to find the girl's brother. He asked Roxanne to trust him, because he will make a lot of money and create enough chaos within the city. He then adds that if the girl still wants to defeat him, it would be a waste of opportunity. This greatly irritates the fallen princess, who states that sooner or later she will cut the blonde man's mouth, who then asks her to accompany him somewhere. The two arrive at the Fight Club, an unofficial building in the city controlled by the Gold Club, whose owner is a very selfish mushroom man, looking at the entire facade of the place. Roxana states that this is a very poor and poorly maintained place. Ironically, the protagonist agrees with her statement while opening the door, which emits a golden light from inside. When the door is fully open, the light is so strong that it dazes the elf for a few seconds, making her ask what is happening. The light is strong enough to leave her dazed for a few seconds, trying to understand what is going on. As she gets used to the light, she looks inside and sees several people celebrating on top of golden pillars, dancing endlessly in some chairs. Various races can be seen celebrating and shouting for some reason. On the other side, more races and more people are also celebrating, while looking at the golden pillar in the center. As they enter the place, they see a mushroom man who says that all VIPs have direct access to the upper seats, explaining the situation. The blonde man says that VIPs only enter through the small back door, while normal people only go through the front door, pointing to the top of a golden pillar. The adventurer says that this place is the center of the black market, and this man, Mushroom, is the boss around here. The name of this man is Kane, and he is one of the leaders of the underground market, and all he thinks about is money. The Mushroom Man knows where the Pope's son is and today's mission. Objective is to make him obey and hand over the boy. So the two adventurers sit comfortably in their chairs while waiting for the show to begin. Then a voice speaks, saying that last night's battle resulted in no winner, but today it will be twice as difficult. The battle then begins as a barbarian kicks a very strong man far away, while the voice announces that each fight will last 10 minutes. Jumping with all his strength, the barbarian uses his axe and prepares an attack against the blonde man lying on the ground. After the man is defeated and his red broth spreads across the arena, the voice declares that the result has been decided and asks everyone to pay their bets. Observing the entire fight, the dark elf says that they played poorly, but this is a good place to be. The hero then says that he will join the competition, and Roxana's role is to bet on his victories, but in the final match he will lose. This makes the girl question if only he will lose in the last fight, leaving the blonde man slightly irritated and flustered. Giving a malicious smile, the girl says she won't stop him from carrying out his plan to ascend to heaven, alone with a funny smile, easing the situation. The MC says not to worry because he's not going to heaven. Then, as the half-elf enters the arena, the voice announces that a new competitor has appeared. A man resembling a jester says that now that they are newcomers, it means they will have infinite possibilities. Entering the arena with blue lights accompanying him, the protagonist is very relaxed, completely unafraid. Then the protagonist, who has the number 99, waits for his opponent to appear, until opponent number 4 appears, and his name is Johnny Orson. His opponent is a blonde elf, a great level 22 elemental mage, and also a warrior who has fought more than 10 times. And the voice once again asks everyone to place their bets, as only 10 seconds remain. 99% of the people bet on the elf, only 1% on the half-elf observing the entire fight. Roxanne says she will bet on her friend, because he will definitely win. With the betting time complete, it is possible to see that 11% bet on Sia and 89% on the mage. As soon as the fight begins, without much delay, the opponent prepares a magic attack against the hero, who is neither surprised nor afraid. He simply adjusts his collar while waiting for the attack. Seeing that his attack did not intimidate his opponent, the elf begins to sweat, coldly unsure of what to do. With a very clever look, a protagonist insults his opponent. The phrase meaning your mother ascended to heaven, greatly shocking his enemy. Very irritated, the elf begins conjuring a fire spell in the air. With a hateful expression, the opponent looks at the hero and asks how he dares insult him. Adding to what he said, the hero clarifies that he is not insulting him, and says that the man who slept with his sister Ypres accidentally also slept with the elf's mother. The girl, trying to take revenge for the betrayal, attempted to poison her former boyfriend, but accidentally sent her parents to heaven instead. This leaves the mage speechless, sweating coldly, trying to understand what he just heard, helping the man. The blonde says that this can be seen in the companion interface, which shows the elven bloodline status. Hearing all this and thinking about what to do, Johnny spends a few seconds reflecting alone. Then he launches a fire blast at the ceiling of the arena, signaling that he wants the fight to stop. The man begins looking at his hand, thinking about something, while the voice asks what is happening. Looking at his hand, the mage sees a green-colored curse mark. Then the mark dissipates into smoke. This greatly irritates the man, who shouts, asking how this happened suddenly. Extremely angry, he jumps using his staff imbued with fire magic toward the protagonist, catching the protagonist off guard. He strikes him, knocking him to the ground with the sheer force of the fire impact, while the hero lies on the ground powerless. The voice announces that the newcomer is being defeated, arriving unexpectedly and delivering a strong kick to the face. The mage demands to know what the boy knows. Observing the fight, Evelyn realizes that Johnny has no mercy for his fallen opponent, as he continues to strike his opponent without stopping. The elf asks what exactly is happening and demands an explanation. Badly injured on the ground, the hero says he only told a short version. But the time in this arena is too limited to explain in detail. He adds that no one should be trusted, except the man who slept with the sister. Looking deep into the MC's eyes, he says that the man's sister accidentally defeated their parents, but if they intervened in time, she could be saved from her downfall. The man is left speechless, realizing how much knowledge his opponent has about his story. He takes a few seconds to think. Ben's still very irritated, but considering the man's advice. The sorcerer simply turns around and walks away from the battle. However, as his opponent is leaving, the chosen one shouts for him to wait, still heavily injured, stopping in his tracks. The adversary looks back and asks what the man wants. Then extending his hand, the boy says that the black market is all about the cost of information. Once again, this leaves the man speechless, thinking about what to do. Leaving the battle, the man tosses a rare item to his opponent, saying that this is his fee, grateful for the gift. He catches the stone, which looks like a diamond, before it falls. The menu interface displays the item, which is a rune capable of instantly destroying oil-based magic. Its effect produces agility by 99% for 10 seconds, and a voice observes the man leaving and says that it doesn't know what just happened, but it seems like a miracle. This greatly angers the bettors, who had placed all their money on the elf, and begin accusing the event of being a fraud, demanding their money back. As he's insulted, the blonde man says that with the rune in his hands, he can learn magic with a single touch, but that there is something even more important to do. The most important thing is that this can enable magical swordsmen to change classes. The menu interface shows that the hero has successfully changed his class to magical swordsman. Another system notification shows that he has learned the ability Oily. All the bettors are furious at the Mushroom Man, demanding refunds and asking if he's going to do anything about this match. This greatly irritates the Mushroom Man's dinosaur, which roars furiously at the dissatisfied crowd. The roar is so powerful that it silences all the men, making them accept the match's outcome out of fear of what could happen. Very angry, he looks at all the bettors and authoritatively asks, "Who wants a refund then?" The voice states that no one cares about what happened in the previous match and announces that they can start the next one. However, before the next match begins, the fighter raises his hand and asks them to wait. This makes the dark elf approach, still curious about what her ally is doing at this moment, with a very funny Japanese-like expression. The MC says that he can fight for 10 more rounds. This surprises everyone, including the Mushroom Man, the voice, and his ally, very excited. The voice begins explaining that according to house rules, if 10 opponents in a row are defeated, the bonus will be the total prize of the house. With a mischievous smile, the voice asks if the boy has that kind of luck. Everyone gets excited, thinking it will be a massacre against the boy, believing he will be easily defeated by the warriors. Now the rules have been explained. They can see who the first opponent will be. The number 9 will be the next opponent. People in the audience start asking who number 9 is and whether he is very powerful. The voice announces that they will invite one of the strongest terrors. There, and a blue portal opens. Emerging from the blue portal, a large clawed paw begins to move. Opponent number 9 is the Penguin Prince Dipper, who looks very sleepy. The penguin is level 18 and has several abilities. Construction 20, Strength 15, and Agility 100. Seeing the penguin emerge from the portal, the MC reflects that it does look funny. However, when it activates attack mode, it becomes a bit scarier, as it is a type of grinder penguin holding a yellow slime in his hand. The blonde man says he doesn't know which lunatic came up with this idea. The penguin stops walking. very curious as a small yellow ball appears in front of it, making it pause to understand what it is. Then it comes up with a brilliant idea and becomes very happy and excited, smiling. The village hero throws the yellow slime toward his penguin opponent. All of the slime sticks to the animal's body, hitting it to the ground as it tries to understand what is happening. This greatly irritates the creature. It starts screaming, asking what its opponent is doing, then provoking the animal. The blonde man says he will tell him once he gets here, and then he holds more slime. This starts to greatly irritate Dipper, whose eyes begin turning red as he says he is being mocked. Suddenly, as he tries to walk, he slips on the slime and falls backward, dropping his small crown while his opponent flails on the ground, screaming that he will defeat him. The blonde man is happy and excited, thinking Asha is cute, saying that he will finish this quickly. He pulls up the menu interface and begins selecting an item, drawing his blue eyes sword. The MC says he can't keep the other 9 opponents waiting too long. Then the voice shouts, announcing that in the first round, our hero has won. Our hero is number 99, and this is the first victory of 10 consecutive battles. This irritates the entire audience, who call him heartless, and ask how he could do that to such a cute penguin. Curious, the mushroom wonders how the man knew about the penguin's weakness, and says he will let him fight for a few more rounds. The voice, very excited, says that it looks like Axia is very skilled and that when he is ready, they will begin the next match. Then the voice once again announces that they will see who the next participant is, while the audience eagerly watches. Observing the whole game, the assassin calls out to Blue Mushroom Head. Then the elf said she will bet all her coins on her ally's victory. While twirling her hair, a new opponent appears, and it is number 15. Sam is the opponent's name, and he is a blue humanoid slime who has never lost 36 matches and has worked hard to earn money. As soon as the opponent is announced, the entire audience starts betting their money on him, saying that the boy is too arrogant and that the slime cannot lose. Then it is revealed that 10% of people bet on the hero, while 90% bet on the slime. As he enters the battle arena, Sam is greeted by the excited crowd upon his arrival. When he finally steps out of the portal, the voice jokingly comments that he is very attractive, with his sculpted slime body. With that, the match can officially begin, and the 2 opponents calmly stare at each other. As soon as the match begins, a beam of icy light is fired into the center of the arena, illuminating everything. This greatly surprises the slime, who watches the beam approach with little reaction. The blonde man appears extremely focused on his objectives, preparing his next attacks. The adventurer throws his ice sword at the slime, but it passes right through and lands on the ground. When it hits the ground, the sword embeds itself beside a small, halved orb that appears to be the heart. Before the battle starts, the blue slime begins to completely melt without its heart, looking at his body dissolving. He becomes very worried, asking what is happening. With a bit of mercy, the protagonist says he hopes his opponent reincarnates as a human in the next life. Then the slime completely dissolves on the ground, leaving only the collar floating in the air. The audience goes wild, as the slime's heart was the size of a fingernail and transparent, making it impossible to hit. The voice states that it is excited to see what the recruit will do next, and tells them to continue the matches, asking who the next opponent will be. The next chosen opponent is number 20, a savage who has already won 50 matches. As the great bull begins to emerge from the portal, the voice says that the best way to defeat him is by dealing massive damage. Finally stepping out of the portal, he lets out a roar. His name is Torino, and he has 3,000 HP and 125 strength. A formidable opponent confidently. The bull approaches and states that his opponent's tricks will not work on him, taking something out of his overcoat. The protagonist, also confident, asks if he really thinks so, explaining that in the past, people try to dodge as much as possible. He then pulls out a red flag and says that this time, he will test a new technique. The red of the flag drives Torino completely mad and enraged, making him start to charge, sprinting at full speed on all 4 legs toward the flag. The hero keeps his sword hidden behind his overcoat. As soon as his opponent gets close, he either dodges quickly or makes the bull run straight past him, charging straight ahead. The Minotaur crashes his head into the arena wall with full force, causing a huge impact. Dazed, he sees stars above his head and starts mumbling nonsense, saying that the horse is going up and down. Regaining his senses, he becomes even more furious, turning his face toward his opponent with great anger. Knowing this entire game, the hero jumps and prepares an attack, saying that the bull's attacks are predictable, and that a 1-second stun is enough to defeat him. The boy delivers several powerful ice sword strikes to the creature's side, back and lower body. The strikes were so strong and fast that they caused massive damage, making the bull spill a lot of red broth as he is about to ascend to the heavens. Seeing his opponent fall to the ground so easily, the protagonist points his sword at the audience and says that everything is done. The audience goes wild, everyone shouting that the match was rigged and demanding their money back, claiming that the fight was a scam. The voice then says it is very surprising to compare the prize pool, showing a total reward of 100,000. Then the interface shows that the hero has won a total of 4 consecutive matches and has earned 1,200 coins so far. The voice then states that after Torino's defeat, it bets that Boss McCain is furious. The audience gets excited, saying he'll have their revenge. Then suddenly a green wine bottle is knocked to the ground. Extremely irritated, the Mushroom Man shouts that he should not have let the boy fight a few more rounds. Curious, he asks how the boy dares to take advantage of his kindness, and declares that he will send high-level villains to defeat him. Continuing the match, the voice builds suspense over who the next participant will be. The next one is number 18. It is the Great Armored Bear Oso, the Earth Bear with skin immune to physical damage. Excited, the boss finally says he wants to see how the boy will handle such a powerful opponent. This time, in the moment the bear appears, he immediately attacks the hero with full force, but the hero dodges by jumping. The entire audience becomes tense, sweating nervously, as the fight appears balanced and both fighters seem equally strong. However, the hero is managing to dodge all of the monster's attacks as it relentlessly swings its strikes. Suddenly, the bear accidentally injures itself while trying to strike its opponent, who swiftly dodges. Then it falls to the ground, defeated after landing a powerful blow on itself. The interface then shows once again that the blonde man has won 5 battles, and the total coins earned have exponentially increased to 4,800. This greatly irritates the Mushroom Man, while the voice announces that CEO won the match very easily. The audience members who bet on the hero become extremely excited about his victory, having made a lot of money. The next opponent is number 17, a massive and powerful light in Golem. The battle begins, and the Golem relentlessly launches lightning attacks at his opponent. But the blonde man seems able to dodge everything. Then suddenly the Golem explodes due to overheating, as it fought for too long while exerting its full strength. This shows that the village hero has won 6 consecutive battles, accumulating a total of 12,000 gold coins so far. This greatly irritates the Mushroom Man, who furiously curses him, calling him stupid fighting against the 2-headed wolf. The hero says a few words that make the wolf fight itself, ending the battle, while the interface shows that the total coins earned have now reached 24,000. The voice announces that the bold blonde man even took the opponent's equipment. The next opponent is the Gnome Mage, who is defeated by an explosion, reflected by the shield that Sia stole in the last match. With 8 victories, the total coins earned are now nearing 84,000. Opponent number 33 is a frog, who is quickly defeated when the adventurer throws sliced chili peppers onto its skin. Then it is shown that the coins are already at 864,000, while the hero is very excited, waving goodbye to the audience. The voice says that the rookie has won 9 matches in a row. This greatly irritates the Mushroom Man, who says he can't let this happen and asks what exactly is going on, while the hero celebrates. The crime boss asks who he's signaling to, and then upon finally looking at the arena's technological cameras, the man notices someone strange. He's very surprised by the presence of Evelyn, the dark elf, being there. He then adds that she seems close to the boy inside the fighting arena. The purple-haired girl then starts talking to the mushroom servant, and something she says greatly shocks the little one. Then, with a brilliant plan, the mushroom starts typing, asking what's happening, understanding the plan. The boss explains that after winning 9 matches in the last one, the hero will lose, and that way all the money will go into their pockets to prevent the plan from succeeding. The boss says he will choose the weakest opponent available. The plan is that if the hero loses, the match will be considered rigged, and if he wins, the entire scheme will fall apart and they won't make any money. The voice, very excited, begins to warm up the audience, asking who will be next. The entire audience starts getting very tense, holding bags of money to bet on the village hero, hoping he will win. The next opponent is number 1, the weakest in the entire arena. And the excited audience says it will be a guaranteed victory, and everyone starts betting their entire fortune on CIA. This makes the boss reflect that no matter what he does, whether he wins or loses, McCain will not be affected before his opponent enters the arena. The blonde hero thinks that his goal this time is not to get the bonus at the first step of the opponent. The voice announces, asking everyone to applaud this participant. The boy is weak, skinny, and inexperienced, making the fight very easy. However, it is revealed that his opponent is actually Luke, the Pope's son, who is very weak. Seeing Luke in front of him, the hero celebrates, saying that he finally found him, and then he tells his future friend that he will free him from here. The voice excites the crowd, saying that the adventurer will fight against the weakest in the arena, and asking if they know who to bet on. With 99% of the bets on the blonde hero, the voice jokes that the boss will have to spend a lot of money today. The voice becomes very excited and says to bet on the color of the loser. McCain to add some suspense, which is quite irritating. The audience starts watching the fight excitedly, as the voice announces that all participants are in position and that the match is finally beginning. The boy looks at his opponent without any desire to fight, because he is too weak with a plan in mind. The half-elf starts saying things to motivate his opponent to fight. The system notification shows that Evelyn's favorability increased by 1 more point. Curious about what is happening, the purple-haired girl asks what her ally is trying to do. The audience is going crazy, telling Luke to leave, because he is only embarrassing himself and wasting time. Then the boy draws his sword, which she's, and feeling a bit more confident, starts the battle. Mocking the hero, asks if this is what he wants, to take him to the council and sue him for bullying children. This makes the entire audience laugh a lot at the joke, calling him a clown while they enjoy the show. Then he adds that if he defeats the boy, he will win 10 matches, asking if he knows what that means. Approaching his opponent, the swordsman says that it is enough to buy 20 people like the boy, try to irritate the boy even more. He starts saying that maybe he is like his father, a piece of trash, and maybe all of this is his fault. This gravy angers the boy, who starts becoming blinded by rage. Then he begins running towards his opponent, preparing a powerful attack with all the anger in his body. However, the MC starts preparing a kick to counter the boy's strike. As soon as the boy gets close, the adventurer delivers a kick, knocking him down with full force. The kick was not very strong, but it was precise enough to hit the opponent's face, making red liquid splatter. Then the boy finally falls to the ground. After the great impact he suffered on his face, trying to irritate his opponent even more. Hero says that he doesn't understand why someone as weak as him won't admit it, punching the boy in the face. The hero yells at him to fight back. He starts throwing multiple punches at the boy's face, while cursing him with every possible profanity. Seeing the boy's completely damaged face, the swordsman mocks him, saying that he is very weak. Then he throws him with full force against the arena wall, saying that all of this is nonsense. However, after falling from the wall and landing on the ground, the boy still doesn't seem to have given up. Leaning on his sword, the boy still refuses to give up, determined to win and claim his victory in the fighting arena. The voice states that the hero is being cruel to the child, adding that he seems determined to win all 10 matches. While the purple-haired girl watches the entire fight, the voice says it's impressive that the boy is still managing to stand, seeing his opponent still on his feet. MC jokes that since the boy isn't giving up, it makes him look like a bad person. He then adds that he is a hero trying to win 10 consecutive fights. Model for the weak to overcome the strong. Then he extends his arm, telling his opponent that he will give him a chance to land at least one attack. This shocks the boy, who is completely injured with the audacity of his opponent. He calls out to him, saying that if he manages to defeat him, he won't just win the prize, but he will also be paid for his victory, encouraging his opponent. The blonde hero tells him that to gain his freedom, all he has to do is defeat the Mushroom Man and he will be free. Then he pushes further, irritating his opponent by asking if he really can't defeat him, even while he stands still doing nothing. He asks the boy if he wants to be trash forever, which enrages him, filling his face with hatred. This makes him charge straight at his opponent, preparing an attack fueled by his rage. The boy starts screaming desperate to defeat the blonde hero, but he lands a strong strike on his opponent's body, while the hero stands with his arms open, doing nothing. However, it doesn't seem to do much damage to the blonde hero, who flashes a pleased smile. Yet as the attack ends, a gold coin falls to the ground beside the boy. It starts rolling across the arena, until it finally stops on the ground. The boy kneels down and picks up the coin. Curious about what it is, then he recalls a memory, holding the same coin when he was much younger. Innocently, the boy had once looked at his father's statue, which told him that he could never reveal his existence to the world. The boy asked why, saying that his father was the Pope and could do anything in the world. Looking at his son, the Pope told him that he had blessings that others did not. For that reason, he entrusted him with a secret mission that only he could fulfill. He added that the boy would become the eternal chains of the sea monsters, and that his heart would be exchanged so he would never turn evil. With an authoritative tone, the man told him that he had to do this if he wanted to protect the city and his sister. Sad about the news, but respecting his father, the boy began to accept it. Then he clenched his heart very, very tightly, trying to endure the pain of his fate. The chapter begins with a scene inside the city sewers, the hiding place of the sea monsters. Then the hand gently strokes a sea monster, saying that they exchange hearts so that he could protect his sister. Very weak, the boy says that his father told him he no longer needs heat to survive, but he still feels very hungry. He asks why the man chose such a horrible place to stay. Approaching him, the Mushroom Man says that the sewers are exactly like his homeland. Then he throws a piece of cheese, saying that this piece cost 1 gold coin, and orders the boy to follow him from now on. The boy starts drooling from hunger, while the mushroom says that as long as he obeys, he promises to feed him whenever he can. The boy, frightened, says that he still can't leave, while the mushroom tells him that he can stay here, while he takes care of some things. He then adds in a malicious tone that if the boy works for him, he will always be fed. He says that the boy can slowly become independent when a monster starts growing even more. He assures him that after repaying the debt for all the food, he can leave and live a normal life in the city. In the fight club, everyone fights for their lives, and the boy wonders if there is someone like him to become his friend. While playing with his friends, Dipper and Gossman had, the boy thinks that he will pay the boss 40 gold coins and finally become free. However, when the boy arrives with a sack of coins to pay off his debt, the mushroom gets angry, saying that he will never leave and that he must stay here. He slams the door in the boy's face, who becomes very sad upon hearing that he won't be able to leave. In the sewers, the boy stands next to the sea monster, while the Pope says that the time for change has come. With the city burning, the boy realizes that he was wrong all along, as he watches everything being destroyed by the monsters. Recalling his sister crying in despair, he becomes sorrowful, confirming that it will never be possible to save her. As the girl is defeated, the boy also cries and screams for his sister. Utterly desperate, however, before he can do anything, the Pope activates a red magic spell, imprisoning the boy inside a bubble, releasing the monsters into the city to finally become a god. The boy sees that his fate is simply the destruction of everything. Then screams can be heard all over the city, as it burns in orange and red flames. However, amidst the chaos, a small red butterfly begins to fly through the arena, emanating energy. The menu interface shows that the blood butterfly grants 1 HP for 30 seconds when you run out of life. As it lands on the protagonist's shoulder, the healing starts to take effect. While he complains about the pain, he is suffering. Once again, the boy kneels and picks up the coin that have fallen to the ground. Then the hero approaches from behind the boy, startling him greatly with his presence and asks if he wants freedom. Very frightened, Liu points his sword at his opponent, asking what he intends to do. He asks the boy if he wants to save the city and his sister, and also if he wants help dealing with the monsters sleeping in the sewers. This greatly shocks the boy, who wonders how this man knows all of this. In a calm manner, the protagonist says that he has no evil intentions and only wants to help the boy, stating that he wants him to be free. The boy, very irritated, says that he received no help and won the match on his own. Grabbing the boy's hand, the blonde hero asks if he really believed that a lucky coin just fell into his hand out of nowhere then. He explains that he traveled a long way to obtain the coin from the Chamber of Commerce. To free the boy, he adds that if the boy wants to pay his debts to McCain by winning the game, he guarantees that he will never agree to it. This surprises the boy, but the protagonist asks if he doesn't remember the personality traits of the boss, who loves money as he walks away. He says one last time that he can help him, but after freeing him, he will have to accompany him to the church to find Malu. This makes the boy furious, as he didn't know that his sister was working as a nun in the church, asking what she is doing there. Adding the boy's head, the half-elf tells him to go there and find out for himself, leaning close to the boy's ear. He whispers that if an elf asks certain questions, he can answer then. The audience starts debating why they have been talking for so long, and someone asks about the result of the previous match. The protagonist becomes very curious, wondering if this is a bug, since the game's outcome has yet to be announced. Then he shouts at the voice to make the announcement, stating that he has already been defeated, and asking what they are waiting for. Announcing that it was a KO and that the warrior was defeated, the audience becomes furious, claiming that the match was rigged and demanding their money back. The voice sounds discouraged, as it announces that the warrior lost to Liu, and that Boss McCain is probably smiling. Arriving unexpectedly, the crime king, very irritated, kicks the voice in the face, saying that you will burn him first, thinking only about money. The mushroom orders everyone to bet the money they made with Sia on other warriors. This greatly angers the audience, making them furious. While the man continues to say that they can make easy money here, he points to the dark elf and announces that she has many gold coins. This catches the attention of the entire audience, who shift their focus to the girl looking to get their money back. Then bags upon bags of gold coins can be seen on a cart. The mushroom servant was arriving with a cart full of money, saying that this was the prize, while the woman calmly observed everything. Continuing the plan, the king sarcastically congratulates the elf, saying that she won all the bettor's money for the day. He adds that she was very lucky, while she watches in silence. Then a bull jumps on her platform. As the entire audience starts moving to attack her, the girl is completely surrounded. But this does not seem to scare her, as she remains very calm. Approaching the girl, the mushroom says that the warrior should have won the fight, but he lost on purpose. Then, feeling slightly uneasy, he admits that he cannot prove that the warrior intentionally threw the match. He adds that if the audience believes that the two of them deliberately deceive them, it will lead to bad consequences. Then he smiles, saying that he cannot be held responsible for what happens next. The girl simply watches the king in silence, showing no fear or intimidation. In the background, someone yells, cursing the mushroom head, which startles him. The person who shouted is the blonde-haired man who was with Liu, showing no fear of the consequences of his actions. So confident, the mushroom claims that the warrior is too arrogant, and asked if he's not afraid of being beaten to heaven's gates. On his way out, the audience watches angrily as the two approach the crime king, but they do nothing trying to intimidate them further. The man asks they want to become dragon food, stepping closer without hesitation. The adventurer states that it is not certain who will go to heaven and who will not, very politely. The boy asks the boss if he can be free now or not. This infuriates the mushroom, who starts foaming at the mouth in rage and yells, asking if the boy is still thinking about that. The boy wonders why, since he has made enough money to pay off his debt. But that is not enough for the man, who orders him to return to the sewers. immediately assessing the situation. The blonde realizes that he was right about the mushroom, never allowing the boy to gain his freedom. This enrages the crime boss even more, and he demands to know what that means. Turning to the irritated crowd, he asks what they are waiting for to attack. Then, using the money he just won, she throws a sack of coins to the werewolf. The werewolf catches the pouch of coins in midair, looking very happy to have received his money back. Grabbing another bag of coins, he calls Pizarro and says that, "Here are 2 gold coins and 50 silver ones." Running as the crowd, the man identifies himself, but claims that it was actually 2 gold coins and 70 silver ones. Blonde argues, using mathematical calculations, that he is adding an extra 1 gold and 30 silver as a bonus. This leaves the old man a bit uneasy, but he agrees with the calculation, saying it is correct. Then the protagonist begins returning all the gold to the bettors. The first is Millard, who receives 3 gold coins. Then he hands over 9 gold coins and 80 silver ones to a monkey man named Moshi. He also gives some to Shazia, but does not state the exact amount to avoid upsetting a man's wife. He gives 11 gold coins to Mwini and to a random group. The rest of the audience grows very angry, demanding to know whether gold isn't starting to move forward, with his foot on the cart full of gold. The hero has a plan as always. Then he states that he knows exactly how many coins each better placed, and will return all the money correctly. This slightly calms the bettor, who wait to see what the blonde will say next. Then he points to his opponent and says that he will only return the money if he agrees to free number 1. This greatly infuriates the crime king, who yells, asking what he is talking about. Cleverly, the MC asks if he is rejecting the proposal. He quickly responds with a furious yes. Then the blonde explains that with the money won in this game, it is enough to buy McCain and pay his interests. Calmly, he says that if the mushroom does not agree, he will not pay anything, and even if he is defeated, the money will go straight into the crime king's pockets. This makes the man swallow hard, fearing retaliation from the bettors. Extremely angry, the bettors start shouting to destroy the Golden Club, saying that they know about the scheme and begin advancing. However, before anything happens, the adventurer calls the boss, pulling him back, adding to the idea. He says that the mushroom does not have a dragon with him right now, and that the bettors could destroy the entire club in seconds. Reflecting on all of this, the boss wonders how this blonde manages to make him feel such fear. Fear is intense as what the Pope once made him feel. Recalling a past memory, he and the Pope were in the sewers, discussing how the boy is an important tool. Thinking about money, he says that even if his life is threatened, he must be paid, asking them both to sign a contract. This angers the Pope, who punches the mushroom on the head and asks how he dares to mention a contract. Then, he adds that if the mushroom wants to make money with his little club, he won't mind, but he must fulfill his part of the deal, disappearing into a blue portal. He finishes by saying that if the proposal is refused, the Chamber of Commerce will be reduced to ashes. Caught in a dilemma, the mushroom thinks that if he hands over the child, the Pope will defeat him, but if he refuses, the bettors will destroy everything he owns. Then he starts wondering, terrified, what he should do with his life from now on. Suddenly he comes up with a brilliant idea, saying that he finally knows what to do. With a plan in mind, he thinks that he can claim the child was kidnapped. Once the Pope is gone, he will defeat the boy and bring him back, extending his hand. He finally admits that the boy has won and agrees to free Leo. Time passes, and they're outside the club. Lou thanks him, while the hero tells him that he must go to the church to see Malou, as long as the sea monsters are not activated. The Pope will not know that his son is no longer in the sewers. Then, with a sly smile, the hero reminds them that the merchant is very influential and can take them to the auction. Curious, the purple-haired girl asks, what is so important about this auction? This makes the protagonist happy, praising the girl and saying that she is very smart. As expected, Bulma becomes very embarrassed by the compliment, unable to react, and the two adventurers head toward Felix's mansion. With a major objective amidst the bustling city, 3 people can be seen walking somewhere. Among them is a girl wearing a black skirt and blonde hair, dressed in a maid's outfit. It is then revealed that it is CIA. You dress as a maid, while the red-haired man says that this is the only way they can get in. This embarrasses the hero. Tells him to shut up. The purple-haired girl bursts into laughter, while the blonde asks her not to laugh because all of this is for her. Inside Felix's mansion, someone calls for help. Is the protagonist saying that tomorrow is Evelyn's treasure auction and asking to be taken along. But the merchant refuses. This confuses the MC, who asks why. Is due to the robberies that have taken place in the city, which increase security at the auction, leading to a list of prohibitions. On the list, Xian is absolutely banned from entering, and anyone who lets him in will be sent straight to the heavens. This greatly irritates the chosen one, who rips the paper while cursing. Entering the auction would have been a shortcut to reclaiming the treasure, but due to the players' interference, the plans will have to change. In the background, the elf says that she can take her ally's place at the auction. This bothers the hero, because she is a dark elf and cannot walk freely through the city. When a maid enters the room, the queen suggests an idea, saying that she can dress like her to disguise herself in the city. However, the protagonist does not want to let his friend go alone, as he does not know what she might do with that freedom. So he comes up with a plan for this situation. Turning to the maid, he says that he will wear the outfit himself, surprising the two women in the room. Returning to the present, the three adventurers arrive at the auction, and the merchant presents the location, announcing that they have arrived. This surprises the maid, making her break into a cold sweat. Then, in a very surprised scream, she asks why this place is so quiet, burning with rage. The hero asks why there is no one at such a large auction, and the noble says he will ask the guards for an explanation. Approaching a guard, the red-haired man asks what is going on there. Wondering if no auction was announced today, the guard begins to explain that the leaders of the Chamber of Commerce postponed the auction because the city had been attacked. This infuriates the MC, because the player's actions interfered with his plans. He adds that this current problem must be resolved as soon as possible. The auction is a great opportunity to increase the city's treasury. The merchant asks how the Archon allowed this to happen, and the guard states that it is just an excuse. Then the soldier points into the distance, showing an extremely popular piece of armor in the weapon shop. People are gathered around the armor because they discover a magic spell that lowers its tier, making it reach an intermediate level. This surprises the noble and the maid, who both scream at the same time, asking if this is true. In other words, this light enchantment has magic between levels 30 and 60, and the protagonist suspects who might have done it. The purple-haired girl then wonders what this has to do with the upcoming auctions. The purpose of the auction is to sell very ancient weapons, so many merchants interested in these collections come from all over. The most interesting thing about ancient weapons is their magical power. They are very expensive, difficult to control, and rare. Irritated, the elf pulls out a dagger, saying that the Archon stopped the auction because he believed magical weapons could be replaced with low-quality items, asking her to calm down. The hero says he has an idea and that the plan will continue. Reflecting on who could have performed the enchantment, he concludes that if his speculation is correct, there can only be one source. Logging in once again, Amabel appears in the game, while a voice welcomes her back. The girl is completely lost in the city, wondering who she is, where she is, and what she is doing there. Then she remembers everything and recalls that she has a mission to complete as soon as possible. Walking through the city, she stops in front of a weapon shop, thinking that maybe this is where she is supposed to be. She is worried because she previously left in the middle of an escort mission, fearing that it might negatively affect her. But then she remembers the blonde hero, who promptly said he would help her. Then something startles her and makes her make a very strange, embarrassed face. A system notification then shows that she gained experience and gold, but because she broke the contract, she lost 10,000 silver coins and 80 reputation points. She then collapses on the ground crying, saying she wants to leave the game because it is no fun at all. Then someone appears in front of the girl, asking if she was taxed by the union. If she's out of money, this makes the girl run away, screaming for help, saying that this person is trying to scam her. The rat-faced man asks her not to scream, saying that he's not a bad person and that he has a job for her. This catches the girl's attention, and she asks what kind of job it is, thinking that this type of glasses might give her useful skills. The rat man then promptly says that with this job, she can make a lot of money by sewing leather onto clothes. The scene then shifts to Reeves' leather shop, which is very crowded with many people at the entrance. Then with each hammer strike on a sword, the girl shouts liar. As the runes are inscribed onto the sword, making it more powerful, the girl shouts once again liar. To complete the enchantment process, she plunges the scorching sword into cold water, while angrily shouting one last time liar. Upon finishing the process, she screams, realizing that 3 days have passed, and she has only received 3 coins, saying she will defeat the man who lied to her. Complaining, the girl says that she plays online every day to relax, but when she logs into the game, she still has to keep working. Then amidst the crowd, she notices someone familiar and becomes excited. In the middle of the gathering, she spots her blonde ally and shouts, calling him brother. However, upon seeing that he is dressed as a maid, she makes a funny face, trying to understand what is happening. Pretending to be a woman, the maid asks the girl to stay quiet, while the purple-haired girl struggles to hold back her laughter. In the background in the shop, 3 players argue, saying they arrived there first, and asking what a level 6 player is doing in this place. Adding to the idea, one of them says that just because she's a girl doesn't mean she can go wherever she wants. This greatly irritates the girl, who suddenly uses her hammer to land a strong blow to the man's face, breaking his tooth. She then declares that how she plays is her business, and asserts that she will defeat the boy until he deletes his account. The hero then begins to reflect. If all players acquire equipment like this, the village bosses won't be able to withstand them. Such equipment must stop being sold, or it will cause chaos in the auction and later in the entire game. Pulling out her dagger, the purple-haired girl mockingly asks if the blonde is afraid of the guards, to which he responds that he can handle them easily. Then with a hood over her head, she starts approaching a man who is buying a large sword. She delivers a very powerful strike to the man's chest, sending him straight to the heavens immediately. Then everyone starts running, screaming that there are monsters and assassins inside the shop. The blacksmith in the shop becomes irritated and asks what they want. Calming the situation, the blonde says that he is only there for business, and thinks that to stop the equipment from being sold, he must eliminate the problem at its root. Then he tells the blacksmith that he wants to buy 51% of the shop, offering him 100 gold coins. This makes the shop owner very angry, asking if the blonde is out of his mind, which makes him act even more cleverly, lowering the price to 90 gold coins. This irritates the blacksmith even more, who grabs his hammer and begins preparing an attack, while asking if they're joking. Then finally, the hero makes his final offer of 28 gold coins and 5 silver. For some reason, this leaves the blacksmith speechless, thinking about what he just heard. Then, speaking softly, he says that it is not a very high price, but it could change someone's destiny. This starts to bother the man because of the boy's audacity. Then, as part of the deal, he asks that a medieval be dismissed and that the shop's equipment no longer be sold, announcing the end of business. Approaching his ally, the fallen princess asks, what dirty tricks were used this time to convince the redhead? Jokingly, the MC says that if the girl wants to know, she has to beg. Then, without hesitation, the elf throws a powerful punch in her ally's face, causing significant damage. Just as the 2 adventurers begin to fight, a girl's voice shouts in the background, happy to see her ally once again. Million, crying, the girl says that she finally sees someone she knows, because she was being mistreated in this shop. Running out of patience, Evelyn tells him to quickly explain what tricks he used. The hero discovered that Reese was poor, so he went to dwarf tribes to learn how to make weapons, and stole money from his companions. Curious, the girl asks if the blacksmith is afraid of stolen money. However, the blonde adds that the blacksmith's former companion was the Archon. He was 35 years old at the time, and took 10 years to collect all the stolen money. The man planned to get married and buy a house in the countryside. However, this incident indirectly propelled him to become a count. The player discovered this information in week 100, when he stirred up discord in the city. The purple-haired girl is shocked and says that this is treacherous, even for her ally. However, the system notification shows that the relationship with the girl increases by 5 more points. Hearing all this, The green-haired girl is stunned by so much information. Then approaching his friend, the MC says that now that the problem is solved, he wants to take a closer look at how the girl has developed so far. Looking at something, the protagonist starts getting nervous about something. All of the girl's additional skills are maxed out, with the highest ones being cutting, alchemy, and farming. Then he asks if she plays video games 24 hours a day, because he has no idea how she unlocks so many additional skills in such a short time. The girl simply responds that she learned from an NPC, and then train a little every day to level up. However, the MC says that following an NPC is only possible after the tutorial, and wonders if the girl thinks this game works like real life. Very curious, he points at the interface and asks if the girl does the same activities in real life. Curious about the question, the girl replies that her father is a chemistry professor and often took her to do experiments. This greatly surprises the protagonist with the girl's level of experience. Then curious, the boy starts asking the reason behind each of the girl's additional skills, and she correctly answers each one. This amazes the chosen one because she knows so many extra skills, making him think that no one needs to work in her house, since she knows everything. Then with a plan in mind, he clears his throat and calls the girl with a happy smile on his face. He praises the girl, calling her a genius. This greatly shocks her, making her suspicious and asking what the man wants, since he seems like the person who tricked her into working. Reassuring his friend, the MC says that he bought the establishment, and he is the one who gives the final orders, so no one will mistreat her. This makes her very emotional, clinging to her friend's thigh and calling him Big Boss, extremely moved, adding that since she loves doing this kind of thing, she can work at her own pace here in the future whenever she wants, for as long as she wants, then cleverly. The hero steps closer and says that he expects his equipment request to be treated as a priority. The girl, now very curious, asks if he plans to monopolize her work, answering that there are many players in the city. He asks if the girl wants to accompany him and help him on his journey. Very excited, the girl says that since she was helped twice by her friend, she trusts him and will assist him. Taking out a huge piece of paper from his inventory, the boy with a funny smile says that this is his first request, which greatly surprises the girl. He hands over a sword enchanted with camouflage, which when placed on equipment, reduces the chance of being detected by monsters and NPCs. The girl takes the large piece of paper, puts on her mask, and tells her boss to wait and watch her work. Night falls, and the hero and his friend are walking through the city, when the purple-haired girl asks when she will finally get her key. Looking at the menu interface, the blonde tells her not to worry, because the auction will be announced soon. Looking at the system, he notices an industry tab, something the MC has never seen before. This makes the hero reflect that properties that are not 100% controlled have many operational restrictions. Examining the interface, something grabs the hero's attention. He observes that stores now have modules, allowing them to function on their own without the owner. This feature is new and wasn't in the beta version. This makes the hero wonder if the gameplay has become more streamlined and easier. Due to the open beta, the hero reflects, while turning off the system and stopping in the middle of the path, causing the elf to bump into him. Looking back, he stares at his friend's face, making her wonder what he is looking at, since she has a normal expression. Then suddenly, the protagonist places his hand on the purple-haired girl's chin and recalls the soft touch, and he begins to think that even though it's a game, everything feels very real. And then he kisses the woman on the lips. Hours pass, and now it is the next day. The adventurers are seen staying in a house in the city. The hero is sleeping in bed, but his finger is badly injured and his face is bruised as well. Then, the purple-haired girl appears very irritated, as she was forced to sleep on the floor, and she kicks her friend onto the ground. Pointing at his injuries, Greta states that he is in pain, and that the person responsible is the elf. This angers his companion, as she insists that the injuries are his own fault. As the girl charges toward him, the boy reflects on what he did wrong. Before he can be attacked, he grabs the purple-haired girl's arm in midair, stopping the strike. Then he throws her to the ground and states that his martial arts level increased to 50 after the Fight Club. While the hero is sitting on top of the purple-haired girl, The blonde and her brother arrive at the house, saying they were looking for them. When a nun opens the door, the two adventurers are caught off guard, as they are practically undressed. This also startles the blonde, who covers her little brother's face as he asks what is happening. The girl has to chase after his friend as she slams the door shut, furious at what she just saw. Time passes, and everyone is now fully dressed, sitting in the living room. Speaking directly, the MC states that Lu is the biological son of the Pope. This shocks the two siblings who question the information. It also surprises the purple-haired girl, who wonders how he even knows such a classified secret, telling them not to be so surprised. He says that this is nothing compared to the main topic that will be discussed later. Lying. The MC claims that he came to the city guided by the gods and saw the destruction of the city caused by the Pope, pointing at his companions. He says that this is why he is here, to help the two of them, however. All this talking greatly irritates the nun, who emanates a yellow energy and yells that the boy is lying. The light is so strong that it blinds everyone in the room, including the elf and her brother, however resisting the damage. The MC says that if he were lying, the magical lie detector the girl possesses would have activated. Then he adds that it has not gone off, proving that he is telling the truth. Believing what her friend said, the girl starts crying desperately, as she does not understand how this is possible. The hero then adds that although the Pope is the human closest to God, he asked the 7 spirits to turn him into a god. The 7 holy spirits then responded that when all the evil in the world is eradicated, he may become a god. The man believed that the evil the spirits referred to were the dark creatures, which is why he was fighting them. However, the evil mentioned by the spirits referred to creatures affected by the world destroyer, showing that evil is endless within these beings. After realizing this, the Pope saw that it was impossible to become a god, but he did not give up on his goal. So he imprisoned the sea monster and used his son as a vessel, hoping that a pure soul would be prepared for the sacrifice. With the ritual completed, he would merge with the sea monster, finally becoming a god, and once it is done, Lu and all humans will ascend to the heavens, and the city will be destroyed. Crying on the floor, the girl says that this is impossible, and questions how her master could do something so evil. Mocking the girl, the purple-haired one says that her master turned his own son into a vessel for a beast, and asks who the real evil is in this situation, still believing in his father. The boy says that all of this was done to protect the city, and that his father would never destroy anything. Stepping closer, the princess tells the boy that he was connected to the sea monster for so long, but he still hasn't realized the truth. Then she touches the boy and asks if he hasn't noticed how powerful this heart's energy is. Approaching his friend, the adventurer reaffirms once again that he is not lying. As the lie detector hasn't been triggered, he concludes by saying that priests must develop their minds to see beyond all the evil in human nature. And he states that the Pope provided the nun with safety because, in exchange for defeating dark creatures, he gave her the powers of the 7 holy spirits. The girl, so crying, starts to understand the whole plan and asks if she is the sacrifice of the pure soul. This greatly worries the boy about his sister's mental state. Calming the blonde down, the hero says that in order to become a god, the Pope must sacrifice her life. But he is here to save her. She is very surprised, asking if they're going to challenge the Pope in a fight. However, the MC says that obviously, since he still can't defeat him in a fair fight. Instead, the plan is to steal the sea monster, because without it the Pope won't be able to continue his objective, and both siblings will be safe. Worried, the boy says that it is impossible for the monster to escape the sewers, as it is sealed there. If they remove it, the seal will be broken then. The hero questions why the boy spent all those years in the sewers, trying to escape, proving that he doesn't want to become a sacrifice. Explaining his plan, the MC says that the treasure Miller received and gave to the Lord will likely be put up for auction. And at the auction, useful items for the plan will be displayed, one of them being a magic bottle that can imprison any being. This worries the boy, who asks what will happen to him as he is connected to the monster. However, both siblings are part of the plan, because the MC won't be able to capture the monster in the bottle, alone to be asked for their help and to suppress the beast's wrath. They must first pierce the heart inside the boy. Milo's magic will keep him alive, while the monster will be defeated with a strike to the heart. This is the only way to complete the plan. And after that, the boy will be placed in ice, protected by magic to prevent his demise. Still trying to understand the plan, the boy says that when the seal is broken, the Pope will surely notice and become furious. The hero agrees and says that is why they have to do everything very quickly, and that they will use an item from the crime boss that protects them from all types of detection. Magic irritated the purple-haired girl, says that her friend only went to the fight club to gain the mushroom's help and not to help her get the key. After the plan is completed, the four of them will head to the Sun Elves region to sever the connection with the sea monster. And once the connection is broken, the sacred tree will reconstruct Lu's heart. However, since the auction was postponed, he may not get the bottle as planned, which is why he had to explain the plan to them so early. He adds that he knows it is difficult for them to go against their father, but this is the only way to save the city. Looking at his three friends, the hero says that this is the only way to keep everyone in the city safe and secure. The girl approaches her companion and says that she will beg the Pope to release her brother before he becomes one with the monster. Ironically, the purple-haired girl says that one alternative is for her to simply stop being so pure. The girl starts reflecting that the two girls represent the angel and the demon inside a human's mind arguing. The MC says that the Pope would never agree, because he would easily sacrifice every life in the city to become a god, even if the girl tries to sacrifice herself. The monster inside her brother does not care about good or bad deeds. Approaching his sister, the boy tells her that they should run away and start a new life, just like when they were in the orphanage. This brings tears to the girl's eyes, as she remembers that time and thinks about what to do for the future, taking action against the city's destruction. Milo asked her friend to tell them what they need to do. This makes him very proud, seeing the girl finally making a decision on her own. On the same night, the adventurers and paladins arrive at the fight club for a regulatory inspection. Then once again the paladin asks for the door to be opened, but there is no response speaking from inside the club. A voice says that all the water and gas bills have been paid, so there is no need for an inspection. Irritated, the bald paladin starts saying that if the door isn't opened soon, they will break everything. However, the person inside is unfazed and says they can break it if they want, which angers the paladin even more. Taking the lead, the hero pulls the paladin back and asks him to step aside. He says that since they are already there, they shouldn't waste time talking. So he prepares a powerful kick to break the door. Before his kick lands, the person inside slowly opens the door, causing him to miss. But his kick doesn't stop and hits them directly in the face. Surprised, the hero asks why they suddenly gave up on keeping the door shut. A little irritated, the king says they can come in and take a look, while the adventurer apologizes for the kick. As everyone enters, the mushroom turns and starts arguing with the warrior, asking why he brought paladins and priests into the club cleverly. He says that he brought them to talk business, as he wants to make sure the place is operating legally. Then a noise coming from a machine startles the hero. Before he can do anything, the man presses a button, and a substance begins to spread through the air. The mechanism starts rotating, releasing a green gas throughout the room. The hero shouts to his friends that it is a poisonous gas, and tells them to use shield magic for protection. However, before they can react, everyone collapses on the ground, leaving only the protagonist standing. The mushroom says that it is not a poisonous gas, but a sleep gas, and while harmless, is much stronger than normal gas. As everyone faints, the crime king enters the room, saying that using paladins to threaten him is impractical, using his last bit of strength. The hero says that if the club is shut down by the church, even if it relocates, the bettors will never trust it again. This shocks the mushroom, who asks how he is still awake. The hero responds that he always uses the same predictable trick, and says there's no need to waste time with nonsense. This greatly irritates the crime king, who is disappointed that his plan failed. At the back door, after the hero wins 10 rounds, the two begin negotiating a future deal. The mushroom is shocked by how much the warrior knows about him and asks how he discovered all that information. The gear states that his opponent wants the hand of Midas, but in exchange, he wants the car and will provide clues about where the artifact is, returning to the present. The mushroom says that the information he heard earlier matches what the archaeologists have found. Then he mentions that legends say the hand of Midas is beneath the ruins of the brass soldiers, and asks if the hero knows exactly where those ruins are. Leaning against the wall, the hero says that he is not stupid enough to use this information to deceive him. Thinking about the future, the crime king says that he can lend the boy the car, but only if he signs a contract. Knowing the mushroom's tricks, the protagonist refuses because he knows he could be deceived. This greatly angers the man, who points to his contract and asks if he really thinks he will be betrayed. Without an answer, the mushroom demands that the boy speak cleverly. The hero approaches the library shelves and searches for a specific book. Upon finding the book he was looking for, he presses it, unlocking several mechanisms within the house. The book activates the self-destruction mechanism, which begins alerting everyone inside about the danger. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell and see you next time on Tob's channel.